Good morning, dear colleagues. We think that the necessary time for the people that was camped here is finished. We can start with the first table round of this morning. I think that after this intensive 2 days of work, we have had enough time to put the points over the E's of the main topics. We appreciate a lot the people that have answered this nocturnal survey. But it's important for us to have your opinion. You can answer during this morning the survey, if you can, because our intention is to show the results of the questionnaire in the conclusion of this workshop. So, yeah, we can start with this very, very interested first table round with several companies that have included the sustainability in their strategy. Take the floor, Ms. Paz Fuentes from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery of Spain.
Thank you so much, Juan Antonio. And thank you so much for inviting the Ministry of Agriculture of the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture to such a relevant workshop that is proving of great interest. Thank you so much, Juan Antonio, and thank you so much to all of the International Olive Council. Let me introduce myself. I am Paz Fuentes Piñeiro. I work at the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries as a Deputy Director of Arable and Industrial Crops and also olive groves. The tasks of this unit, as its denomination indicates, are related to the olive groves, but also we are actually the focal point at the ministry in charge of giving input and collaborating with the Ministry of Ecological Transition in the context of the European Commission proposal for establishing a carbon certification framework. This framework has been explained by our colleague from the European Commission on Tuesday, Giulio Volpi, and also by our colleague Ivan Sanchez from the Spanish Ministry of Ecological Transition on Wednesday. Therefore, I'm not going to dwell on this, but I would like to stress that this European system that aims to meet the European Union new removals targets is a solid scheme which will collect quality removals, avoiding greenwashing, and also it still needs technical development. So we must be prudent, realistic about farmers' expectations. I think it is an important question to stress. Without taking more time away from what it is important to listen about the experiences that the speakers are going to tell us about developed projects in the assessments of carbon dioxide removals by private companies, I proceed to introduce the speakers. We are honored to be joined by Rafael Galve. Good morning, Rafael. Thank you so much. He is an agronomic engineer by the Technical School of Agronomists and Forestry Engineers of Cordoba. He is also a commercial quality and environmental manager of the company Luque Ecológico, located in Cordoba, in Castro del Río, Cordoba, Spain. Besides, he's the promoter developer of the project to calculate the carbon footprint on olive oil, carbon dioxide verified in collaboration with CO2CO, developed of environmental product declaration certification for EVO of the company Luque Ecológico. He has been a speaker at international course on the carbon footprint of olive growing in the International Olive Council in 2015. Also, we are honored by the presence of Francisco Bañó. Let me see the paper that I have. Oh, okay. Okay, so we give now the floor to Rafael. So, Rafael.
Thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to the IOC for inviting us to this very interesting workshop about CO2, for explaining you how we live around organic olive oil and, of course, around environmental aspects and CO2, of course. Okay, thank you, everyone, for coming. Okay. Okay, I will try to explain you a little about our company and our values. Of course, we will talk about carbon footprint and our experiences around it, okay? We are a family-run and operated company. We are located in Castro del Rio, Spain. Our founder was Jose Antonio Luque. He was former general manager at Carbono, the little company of olive oil sector in the 80s, okay? And he was the person who put the seed of organic farming in our family, okay? We are the 7th generation of solid growers and the 5th generation as olive millers. So, you can imagine that olive oil is in our family, in our veins, we can say also. We started organic farming in late 80s. So we can say we are one of the pioneers of organic farming in Spain. You can see young staff. And of course, sorry. And sorry. We count in our board 2 agricultural engineers and 1 economist, young at the moment, but with a very young philosophy, but young mind and very proactive, okay? And the company started in '99 for widespread in organic farming in our area, and something more that I will try to explain you. Sorry. Okay, the main thing was our founder. He didn't want to be the first generation in our family to apply chemical products. So he, traveling around the world, he was very worried about how the things were going, and he decided to start a new project around organic farming. So he decided to become organic. All the olive grows became inorganic. Okay, at that moment, no protocols, no certifiers were at that moment. So he was with another pioneers coming here to Madrid for starting the new. At that moment was CRAE, C-R-A-E, for making all the rules and all the regulations. Okay, of course under the European Union supervising. Of course, at that moment, you can imagine that our natural market was the foreign markets, okay? So it's something that I had to say because it's very important in our philosophy. Going to that those exigent markets, we need to have very high adaptation, okay, to the needs and requests from the customers. Of course, in terms of quality, That's why we started with the early harvest olive oils that are so trendy at this moment. Of course, the quality and food safety, we decided to be IFS certified, and environmental seals like ISO 14000 and now EPD. I will explain a little more about this certification later. And some others like can be vegan and CKF Q Extra for premium oils that are a new seal for the premium oils. Maybe you have heard about it in some other places. Okay, I'm putting some pictures of our estates, okay, during the presentation. Of course, the innovation and proactivity must be in our minds always, because we are going to very exigent markets, as I told you. And environmental projects are so important also for mixing with the new products. In this case, for example, in 2006, we started a biodiversity project for preserving the varietal pajarera, indigenous from our area, from Castro del Rio. So we decided to make a limited edition for not losing the olive grove and not losing this highest quality olive oil. In 2020, we decided to start a low input project through Blanca varietal and making another line of olive oil called Take a Walk on the Organic Side. I will show you later, okay? And okay, at that point, organic was not enough for our clients. They were demanding some other things. They asked us, okay, what you are organic, but what you're doing for us? And I need something that I can touch, you know? Okay, so no chemicals, we are preserving the ecosystem, you are making traditional practices. Okay, we were a little confused, I must tell you, but we started to read some studies, some reports. For example, this one of IPCC in 2007. Global warming rate has been higher in last 2 decades than last 1,000 years. Okay, it was something that shocked our minds. Okay, okay, we are in the organic sector. We are doing a lot of things about the preserving the environment, but people need something more. So we started to talk about CO2 and carbon footprint, of course. We are I'm a company with a high environmental responsibility, and all the things that we do during the whole process must be controlled and must take this point of view, okay, in our case. For us, the greenwashing is not enough. You have to do something more. You have to look inside and see and check the hot stages for acting in these stages, for improving your impact, okay, in the environment. That's why we think the activity must be sustainable during the whole process. And that's the key, the carbon footprint at that moment. Okay, we see that if we were able to measure the greenhouse emissions. Okay, we can give some more information to the consumers. Okay, so we decided in 2008 to make the first protocol for measuring the carbon footprint on foodstuff in Spain. Our company with a winery and a farmer for horticultural crops decided to make this procedure, okay, for knowing where we were and if we can improve, of course, because as you can check at the end, the most important thing is we are engaged with the reduction. Okay, we need to check in every stage what we are doing for improving. It's just the key, okay? And of course, it was something that we didn't want by ourselves, okay? We have a consulting company at that moment and a verifier or certifier that in this case was DNV, okay? All the data that we took at that moment was verified and certified, okay? I must tell you, for example, in 2008, there was no data for the absorptions of the vegetative cover between the trees. So that was something that was punishing us at that moment, okay? But anyway, we wanted to calculate, okay, where we were, okay? That's an example, okay? Our first calculation, you can see the agronomy and the packing and distribution was the main source of emissions, okay? So during this year, we have been working on that, okay? Because we have all the stages and we can improve. We decided not to also communicate that we were working on this, and of course, with this engagement of reduction. That was the most important thing at that moment, okay? We are working on this. Don't worry, because we will do everything we can, okay? Our best, okay, for reducing. The logo was this, CO2 verified, okay, and it was on all our bottles and the tins. For example, you can check out the front label, okay, and explaining what we were doing, okay? It was maybe too early for the consumers for better knowing what we were doing, okay? That's why we didn't mark the total amount first, because it will change, and maybe you are not able to compare with some others because there are no others, okay? We were alone in this point, okay? It's just to communicate that we are working on this and with this engagement, okay? Reduction, okay? Sorry. And in 2013, we decided to go farther, one step ahead, not just carbon footprint, some other parameters, environmental parameters. And we discovered EPD. Okay, there were some big companies of the sector working on this, like the Checo, Monini, Borges, and we decided a very small company from Castro del Rio in Spain. Okay, we want to play in that league also. So we decided also to become EPD certified. Okay, it's another environmental statement based on the standard ISO 14025. And of course, the life cycle analysis is so important also in this standard, okay? As I told you, we need to check every point, every stage from the early growth until the distribution, okay? You can have here some of the parameters, okay? Anyway, you can check after. I will give you a QR code for better checking. And based on the article Net CO2 Storage in Mediterranean olive and peach orchards that we found through our friend Christos Hilogiannis, we decided also to include our carbon footprint in this APD. So you have our first certification, the total amount. It was around 10 kilos of absorption. We removed 10 kilos of CO2 for every kilo of our oil produced, okay? So we can say that our olive groves reduces emissions, okay? You can check through the website, the Environdeck, the company in charge of the certification, and this QR, all the information. Yes.
Sorry, Rafael, yes, for interrupting. These removals are related to the soil removals or biomass removals, all of them? The removals are related to the soil ones, the removals in the soil, also
yes,
in the biomass?
Both.
Thank you.
We are taking in count, taking note of waste, pruning waste, and everything, the cover, the vegetative cover, when we all the byproducts, everything.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course, we mark on the here and on the tins also all the information. The new lines that I told you about the biodiversity and the low inputs, okay, it's just for let you know. And okay, arriving at this point, I don't want to go further, but I just can tell you that it's something that the carbon footprint is so important, and the environmental aspects are so important for the companies, for the consumers. We need to transmit this information to all of them. And I think that IOC, the International Olive Council, can be a very good source or way of communicating this. Of course, we need also look at the carbon credit farming. Maybe you are involved with this new scenario. Yes, you're right. Of course, we are involved with some of them, and anyway, we are always thinking about it. And you have all the contact details there. If you need some further information, I will be happy to help you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so our next speaker is Francisco Baño, sorry. Relating to his education, he graduated in law by the University Complutense in Madrid. He has got a degree in international management and administration in Centro de Estudios Comerciales, Cámara de Comercio de Madrid. Also, he has a master's degree in executive development by IES, Universidad de Navarra, and relating to his professional career, he began his professional career in 1984 in Banco Atlántico in a domestic branch in Madrid. In 1985, he was moved to Panama, where he stayed for 4 years, working for Banco de Iberoamérica. He left Panama being deputy manager of the international department. From 1989 to 2003, several relevant positions in the bank sector in Italy, Latin America, and Spain has been occupied by Francisco. And from 2003 to present, he's the CEO of Castillo de Canena Group in Jaén. Is composed by 5 companies that cover the following businesses areas: olive trees orchards, industrial mills, olive oil bulk sales, production and sales of top quality extra virgin olive oils, oleotourism, and external advice. He also is a member of the board Interoleo Picual SA. So, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Let me express my gratitude to the International Olive Oil Council, and especially to my dear friend Juan Antonio Polo, which we have been friends for the last 18 years, more or less. So when we met each other, we were really young, especially him. Well, it's really a pleasure to be with you today and to talk about one of the main issues that is affecting our sector, the agriculture sector, and the olive trees, orchards, and olive oil production sector, because I think I'm quite hopeful about the future, and I think that if we really pay attention to our capacity of being a forest keepers, because we are as well forest keepers, and we have to be paid for being forest rangers or forest keepers, it will be a very interesting source of income in the next future, hopefully. All right, I will start quickly my presentation. Let's see if I can control. Yeah, that's it. All right, so we are a family company as Luque Organic. We are based in Jaén, in the north part of Andalusia. Jaén is it used to be until now, I don't know, in the future, but for the time being, we have been first olive oil producers in the world. In fact, in a good crop, we can produce 20% of total olive oil production worldwide. So not this year, unfortunately, we have a terrible harvest, unfortunately. But anyhow, since the generation of my sister Rosa and myself joined the company 20 years ago, we were focused on 3 or 4 values. First of all, to internalize our company. We thought that the foreign markets were really interesting for us. We have to develop our resources and our aims in foreign markets. Second point was to beat on sustainability all around the value chain. And the third one was to focus only on high premium extra virgin olive oils production. All right. Yeah, we started at the end of the 18th century, and nowadays we're the 9th generation in being in agricultures, in being olive oil producers, and now we control all the value chains, which is olive groves. We have an industrial mill. We have 2 mills, in fact, one small mill that we only dedicate to produce Castilla y Canena's extra virgin olive oils. And we have a big industrial mill where in a good crop, we can reach between 40 and 50,000 tons. We control as well our sales and marketing department, and we are involved as well. We have just started only 5 or 6 years ago with oleogastrotourism, which we think is a very interesting tool to educate people about extra virgin olive oil and how tough is to obtain 1 liter of a good quality extra virgin olive oil. It's not easy, as you know. Our 5 main scopes in the field of sustainability. We are going to focus on sustainability, obviously, because we are in a workshop about CO2 and decarbonize our economy. We are bidding on circular economy, precision agriculture in the sense that with the precision agriculture, we can reduce the use of water, of incomes, etc. The third scope was to regenerate our ecosystem. We have the fourth one was to mitigate the climate change. And one important point was to balance our trophic chains. We think that one of the main keys as far as sustainability is concerned is to enhance the biodiversity. We think that we are keeping and we are taking care of a real forest, which is olive trees, orchards. So biodiversity is important. Now, where are we heading? We are implementing some agriculture practice to promote carbon sequestration in our soils. And we are going to detail now a few actions, a few measures that we have been taking in our state. First of all, regenerative agriculture. Well, sorry. Okay, that's it. Where are we heading? The idea is to decarbonize the global economy. In this aspect, we have a huge amount of things to say. The idea is all our productive activities must generate less carbon dioxide than we consume. And so we are going to analyze 7 variables that allow ecosystem services to be strengthened. And just for giving you a brief idea about what means agriculture in the aspect of reducing the CO2 carbon print. for example, 40 years old olive tree can absorb about 110 kilograms of CO2 per year. All right. Well, now we're going to analyze those 7 inputs, so 7 variables that we are analyzing. First of all, the age range of our olive trees. We have divided our state in 45 different plots, and we are taking into consideration the altitude, the variety, geology, edaphology as well, production system, because we have 3 different production systems for the time being in our state, plantation framework, and the age of the olive trees. So you have here a map how we divided our 45 plots inside the state. As far as ecosystem services, we of course since 9-10 years we have respect 100% of the green cover, of the vegetative cover in our state. That means that we are reducing erosion, we are maintaining our soil mixture, as well as we are providing with shelter for biological control. Of course, enhancing biodiversity of flora and fauna, retain nutrients, and prevents soil compactation, favoring root development. The third one is that we have introduced livestock. This is part of our plan to enhance biodiversity. We have, for example, 600 sheep from Segura race, raza segureña. We have donkeys, horses, we have goose, hens, we have black pigs. So the idea is to enhance biodiversity and once again to join the livestock with agriculture. For thousands and thousands of years, both activities have been together. So now we have once again tried to merge them. For one diverse landscape, we have been planting, for example, beech trees, vineyards. We have reforest part of the hills that are part in the central part of our state with 18 different species or varieties of trees. We have introduced these 600 sheep, and we are planting as well some wheat, for example, 3 or 4 hectares per year in order to allow birds to eat, to feed them. We are in some plots that they are under Demeter certification, biodynamic certification. We are creating our own compost using pomace, so byproducts, the manure from our sheeps and the leaves. When we clean the olives, obviously we obtain leaves, and so we are merging those 3 elements to produce and to create our own compost. As far as we are taking care of our pruning waste, shredding them and creating biomass. All right. 6th one is promoting biodiversity. This is one of our first aim. The idea is that we, since the last 10 or more or less 10 years, we have banned pesticides. We have 0 pesticides. We beat only on biological fight against the pests, and we don't apply any herbicide as well. The scope is now about between 15 and 20% of the surface of our state is under organic certification or Demeter certification. The idea is to reach 2030 with 100% of our state under organic certification. We signed an agreement with BirdLife CO BirdLife, which is a very well-known ambientalist organization, and we have censuses about 114 bird species. In fact, we have published a couple of years ago a guide including those 114 bird species. We have 24 species of ants, 98 herbaceous plants. In fact, we are working now to publish, and hopefully next year, a guide, including all the herbaceous plants as well as trees and any kind of a botanic guide. And we have, for example, those 32 different trees, cultivars of trees. The 7th input is the ecosystem services verification. Under our point of view, in order to avoid greenwashing, we have been talking about greenwashing from the beginning of this workshop. The idea is to certify and to have an external endorsement. And we have been pioneers last April to receive from the AENOR, which is a certified, very well-known certified Spanish company. We have been the first company to obtain the sustainable crop production, which certified that we are our sustainability within the whole value chain. We are very proud. Well, this is some of our certifications. We obviously we invest a lot of resources in human resources and financial resources in being certified every year, but we think that this is an important endorsement, not only for us and to try to search excellence day after day, but as well taking into consideration that we are exporting up to 57 countries. Of course, our consumers are very sensible to sustainability and to biodiversity. So we think that we feel very happy to every year receive this certification and to work hard to improve year after year. We have as well a certification in EGS, which is important, although it's not directly sustainability, environmental sustainability, but certainly is social sustainability, which is a very important issue for us as well. We have been working in 3 different, I'm not going to extend much about that, but I would stress the Carbo Olivar project. This is a project that we started in 2014 with the University of Granada. We have 2 plots of 5 hectares, one where we apply every year herbicides, and the other one which is it's a natural 100% herbaceous and a green cover. And we are analyzing, well, the University of Granada team is analyzing year after year how the plot which has this 100% vegetative cover it's really it has a double sink effect with the CO2 gases. We are as well member of Sustainoliva and Agro Region Carbon, which is a brand new project that we are developing with Azoya project and AENOR, which will certify the whole project. Now is the last slide, and on a way it's the most important because it's a resume of the whole presentation. What we want as farmers, as family involved in olive tree orchards and extra virgin olive oil production. Well, the idea is, I was explaining at the beginning of my presentation, the idea is to increase the income of all the farmers, all the people which are really working year after year with having problems, you know, facing back crops, like for example this one, and to that year after year they have to obtain an additional income because we are taking care of a real forest and we are, you know, enhancing the sink effect with the CO2 gases and greenhouse effect gases. No, we have to have at our disposal, no, international marketplaces where we can trade our carbon credits. But first of all, and from the very beginning, we have to validate a scientific and internationally accepted methodology. So if we want to go to the international markets to sell and to receive money from our credit, so carbon credits, we have to have an international accepted and endorsed certification that in any country should recognize that in fact that's true, that's a real true. We are, you know, sinking X tons of CO2 gases, and that's represent X credit carbons. So This is important to implement an international accepted methodology, obviously based on scientific basis. Use our role as CO2 capturing, as olive oil of olive trees growers. This is a very interesting, powerful tool as well. So if we can add in our labels all around the world that extra virgin olive oil, we are at the same time helping to reduce the greenhouse effect and the climate change, of course, it's a very important marketing tool. Of course, will enhance millions of consumers to choose extra virgin olive oil instead other vegetable fats or animal fats. And at last, of course, it's important, we are talking about social sustainability to fix population and to try to increase the people which beat and make agriculture as a way of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francisco, for your wonderful presentation. Also to Rafael, congratulations for all your amazing career and also all the amazing projects that we are seeing today. Our last speaker is Glenda Haas. Glenda is a lawyer with a bachelor in business administration, specialized in economic law. Glenda has always been interested in studying food. When looking at an ingredient so present in her daily life, olive oil, she decided to research it and came across something that surprised her. She discovered that this is the second most fraudulent food in the world. This information contributed to changing the course of her professional career, and together with her father, Glenda created a project that initially seemed impossible to get off the ground, cultivating olives in Brazil and making this culture so perennial and ancient, the legacy of the family. She left her career behind to dive into the challenge and universe of olive farming and olive oil tasting, which she specialized in the United States, Italy, and Portugal. Back in Brazil, everything became clearer. To make the dream come true, it was necessary to be present at each stage of the process, creating a virtuous cycle of respect for nature and people. Today, she coordinates the team of professionals dedicated to the cultivation of olive trees and the production of extra virgin olive oils at Lagar H, which is now carbon negative certified. Involved and learning more and more, Glenda is proud of the fruits of the endeavor, celebrating its flower, its olive, its drop of olive oil. So poetic.
Let's see how it goes. I can go here and then. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank Juan and the IOC for inviting me, even though I said, so I'm so small, why did you want me to be there? But I'm very honored to be here with companies that I have actually studied and tasted oils and have as a reference for me. So I'm very honored to be here. What I'm going to do is going to show our work through my perspective of leading this project, right? And all the initiatives that we have for sustainability since the beginning. I'm not an agronomist, as Paz already told you. So I want to bring my perspective also from hearing all of you from these last 2 days. So I was thinking about it last night, what should we bring to the table more? So first of all, I don't know how familiar are you with Brazilian olive oil history. So we are the second importer of olive oil outside EU, only behind US in volume. And almost 100% of our olive oil is imported. We only produce 700,000 liters of olive oil. That's not even 0.5% of what we consume. And we are now in the 4th attempt of olive growing in Brazil, which is only 20 years old. It started in early 2000, late 90s. And our first olive oil to ever be marketed was in 2010. So we're talking about a very short period of time and experience in Brazil. Embrapa, which is our research institute from the government, estimates that just in Rio Grande do Sul, where we are located, we have around 1 million hectares suitable for olive oil production. About Lagaragá, so once we decided that we were going to do this, we were not sure if we would have actually olives to make olive oil. So we started slow in 2014. But since the beginning, what we wanted to do was something different. There was no point in pointing another product in the market, just business as usual, just because. Like in 2021, when we launched it, actually, June 2021, how could we not think about people? How could we not think about the planet? So everything we've done, we was thought through the beginning, with no real strategy at the beginning, to be quite honest. So we decided our mission would be to encourage consumption and awareness of olive oil, as the data you told about the fraud and everything, and help consumers to make more conscious and healthy and tasty choices. Healthy and tasty because it's olive oil, and good one, high quality, and conscious because we want people to understand their whole while they're making a purchase, while everything they do has a consequence, and we want to make them aware of that, so that maybe the world could go a little bit better for the future, right? We also envisioned ourselves to be referenced in making high quality extra virgin olive oil in Brazil and be known through our ESG practices. And we do all our work guided by our values: ethics and transparency, quality and innovation, health and wellness, education and awareness, and positive legacy, because the future is too important not to act today, now, as we've seen how important it is in this workshop. So this is our structures in this moment. We have 170 hectares that we grew slowly through the years, not many years, but 9 years, of a potential of 2,500 hectares in the farms our family own. We are a single state family. We just did our first olive oil was done in our farm in 2022. We wanted to be in 2021 when we launched it, but pandemic got a little bit us, so it was hard to get it finished. We are located in the south of Brazil, in the city of Cachoeira do Sul. And we also have native forest area, reforestation area, okay? And we are a very small group of people, really. So when we were doing things that we wanted to do, we were doing just because we thought they were important. We thought we cared because we cared. And the first step that we did after we launched was to look into our ecosystem of our activities, what we were really doing, and how was them important or not? Should we keep doing it or not? How much money we're going to spend that or not? So the first, what we did was we looked for B-System, which is a organization that has really high levels for transparency in ESG practices. Then they have a tool called B Impact Assessment, where you can go there and put, I do this, I do that, but it's a lot harder than it sounds. So we hired two amazing women that help us to put all our information, that also because that's very time consuming, so we didn't have time to do that ourselves, but they help us all throughout this process with many meetings and visits and everything. We are now pending, and we are being audited for the final seal. Once we put all that in this tool, we found out that we were taking action in 16 of 17 of the SDGs from on a global compact. So 94% of them, the only one we don't take action is ocean water. But I envision something on that, not now. So then we looked at it, like, what is important of that? A lot of stuff, but here you're talking about carbon. And we do think that carbon is the main key indicator for climate action, of course, because it actually has an impact in everything. Water flows and temperature and produce, so in products, how to produce and all. So the main thing, I think that the most complex thing when we started doing this was to understand what our limits were, managing and operational, to assess the primary info, because we were doing that at Lagaragá, the company that makes olive oil, but we also own the land. And we also own land that does something else, so other stuff. So we had to, we mapped everything, and we understood that our limits were just the orchard with our oil extraction production, and we included distribution. We did scope 1, 2, and 3 for all of them, because distribution is a part of the impact we cause, because if there was no our products in the world, we wouldn't be distributing anything. So we put distribution in also in the assessment. And we use that methodology that we've been talking yesterday mostly. To assess primary data in the orchard, we had the sources of emissions and the sources of removals, and all the information around them, from the land use, agricultural practices, and transportation, just of course emission. Use the GAG tool and had the Brazil emission database factors, which probably is different than here, right? Here are the actual activities that we were looking at. Fortunately, we were small and just starting, so we had a lot of information easily. It was just very time consuming. But one thing that it caught my attention was that we did this assessment for 2021 and 2022. I'm going to show you the results for 2022. But in 2021, we had 80% more emissions in the orchard. And it's due mostly because we planted a new orchard. Because to plant trees in Brazil, to plant an orchard in Brazil, we need to put a lot of limestone, a lot of other stuff. And we do the tillage around 60 centimeters deep in 4-way to, I don't know if you do that here, if that's common to do that here, but we have a very acidic soil, so we have to do it more basic. So this impacts a lot the emissions of the orchard. So it really depends on where you are. So case by case, you have to analyze the primary data. And our results took into consideration that we are integrated production certified by the government. So we have traceability, we have food safety, but we also have good practices. So we have the coverage with 3 different species all throughout the year. Each one of them blooms in different seasons, so they are there forever. We don't need to do anything with them, just the typical pruning, cut it. Mm-hmm. We prioritize biological and mechanical means of treatments instead of chemicals, so we use them. It's really reduced. We do the pruning, we shred the pruning into the soil, and so all these things provide also the life cycle of nutrients in the soil, keep moisture, even though in Brazil we don't need that much moisture. This is the seal. There is only 2 farms certified with integrated production in Brazil. We are one of them, and the government only launched it in the end of 2021. So our 2023 harvest is certified with integrated production. This is the result for our removals from the orchard for the biomass. And why is it just the biomass? because the soil, we took the analysis from the soil, and we need time to check how much it actually sinks. And then yesterday, with all this discussion baseline, I was like, well, what is going to be my baseline? Like this that I did like 10 years ago, the one that I got the growth in 2021. So I have kind of like the soil prior to all these things, or a different area to give me a baseline, right? We don't know. So, and this was actually done like measuring the trunks and the canopies and putting to the database. So the soil is not there. There is also not there the new area from 2021, around 50 hectares. So we're not counting them because the trees were too small. And agro-industry emissions. So of course we have to lower emissions. And this was something we did. And we really like this project because we did it to be very efficient for quality. And we actually got LEED engineers. LEED is the certifying agency for green building. And they study all the process we had and designed the building to be self-sufficient in water, energy, and zero carbon. And the difference here is like in Brazil, we harvest in the summer, in February, March, with really high temperatures, around 30, 35 degrees, sometimes 40. So we have to keep things cool, right? So we harvest, we have cold chamber. So the fruits wait there, they don't wait in the weather, in the heat. Our mill itself is with the cold baignery. So the chiller has to chill the water to 5 degrees. We already did it with 2 to keep it really cool because the weather outside is 40. Inside, we have air conditioning. So our energy over there should be really high. So we got the panels, the solar panels. So we don't have any necessity of extra. We are self-sufficient in this energy, and it is a lot of energy that we use. And this is the emission. So you see the emissions are very low. The 74% of agro-industrial emissions are distribution, is scope 3. When we get the certification, it's going to be in January. We will be the first LEED certified olive mill in the world. So this is our result we got, and the removals were 1,266% more higher than the emissions. And we thought, when we first did this assessment, we were not thinking about credits or anything. We were just trying to understand what we did, if that was worth it or not, if we invested our money right or not, because as I said, we were really erratic about our initiatives, right? So then we found out it had to be certified. And if you see, like, we already got 5 certifications in like 1 year. So it's a very expensive process. And also, well, again, many things are not included. The soil, the new area, solar panel was just installed in this summer, so it is not there yet. And the removal from land changing here is important because this area where we planted, where we are located, is basically cattle pasture and soy and rice. So we have a huge change in the land use. So that's why we have so much removal from the land use. And then we find out, talking to people how are going to turn into credits, is that no, the land use, you cannot use the changing land use to get credits, only for your biomass and stuff like that. So it was very good to come here and also understand why this, because we are still trying to understand things from here, right? It just happened in September, right? And olive orchard emissions are this high, higher than the agro-industrial emissions because of transportation, mainly people coming from the city to there and practices in management in the orchard. Then this is the result, I mean, the business results of it. Like, we like to think that our olive oils are the reflection of what we do. And we are very proud to have won 70 awards in these last years. Also, we are in guides and everything. So we are proud to be actually high quality olive oil as we wanted. And we grew 128% this year. And in the last quarter, we grew 678. But don't get fooled by this number. We got a lot of media attention from it. So this is the paper of the newspaper from Brazil, like the main economic newspaper. Also, Mercosur did an article on us. And of course, we can say that people learned from us, from this media attention, but we cannot say that the sales was a direct impact in that, right? Because we actually amplified our strategy. We hired more sales people, and we also got into food service, which gave us a lot of volume. So we are going to, this is the oils. So just so you can see how cute they are. And for the future, what we are planning to do, so we will reevaluate the stock carbon in soil and from the new area in 2025. We are trying to understand if that's this assessment needs to be done every year, like paying for the company, paying for the certificate every year or not, or if we can do it every now and then when we have different, we can have some grow or anything like that. We'll add life cycle analysis to include packaging this analysis also, because we here, I think everybody uses single-use glass, and that's a huge, has a big carbon footprint. And we will increase bottle and packaging for information about sustainability, because we are still using the labels that we have when we first launched. So we will improve this communication to check if there will be increase in sales in the point of sales. And also we are trying to understand the possibility of carbon credits, if that's worth it, because we also learned that we are too small to file for a project. So we need other producers to do that. We need at least 500 hectares. In the beginning, when we first looked at it, it was 10,000 hectares of forest in the Amazonia. Most people in Brazil are working with that. So then we found out someone that said that 500 was enough to have a project. So we are still trying to do that. Or we can have someone to invest in growing to 500 hectares to explore this carbon credit that we would have. So we were studying and understanding, really. And then with all this, we can project sustainable growth of our business as we want to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Glenda. Sorry, because I said Glenda was the last speaker, but not. I meant the next. Sorry for this. And finally, our last but not the least speaker is Fotis Sousalis. Fotis Sousalis has a degree in food science and a master in science in food technology and quality assurance. He joined Terra Creta in 2005 and has served in quality and commercial positions. In 2016, was appointed as general manager and lead the company into a clear orientation of sustainability and premium quality. After the absorption from Melissa Kikias, acts as the olive oil plant and sourcing director and in the sustainability leader of the organization. So, Fotis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's been a great honor and a great joy, I think, to be here, invited by the International Olive Council, and to be among such important companies and important scientists that have done a lot of research on this topic. Whenever I think about sustainability, this tree comes into my mind. This is a 3,000 years old tree. It's very close to our mill, just 5 minutes away. And really, it's what sustainability is about. If you have a tree that can sustain 3,000 years old, then we should all learn from it. And to be honest, as people, as a company, we get a lot of inspiration from it. This is a natural monument, and many people visit it. So this tree is really the center of our brand philosophy. I will not go into detail about our brand philosophy, but sustainability is a key pillar in that. And I will elaborate this more on this. I will very briefly present you Terra Creta, spend some time on the sustainability initiatives we have taken, and of course, focus on the carbon footprint and what actions we have taken there. So Terra Creta is a company based in Kolimvari. This is a PDO region in the western Crete, so South Greece. It's a place where almost 100% of the land is cultivated by olive trees. So olive oil really runs into our blood. We are a vertical organized company. So we have the mill, we have the bottling unit, and all around us are olive trees. So as a company, we started 2001. We established the bottling unit. Then we established the mill in order to control quality. But we realized that we should go into the primary production. All this effort we've done brought to us a lot of recognition, awards. We were very proud to receive a Mario Solinas Award in 2021 and to be listed among the top 10 extra virgin olive oils in the world ranking for 3 consecutive years. The products are exported to 43 countries. But as I was saying earlier, we realized that we have to look deeper into the primary production. So in 2014, we started investing into the cultivation. But here is very important for you to understand that in Greece, there are no big farms. The average farmer owns only 1 hectare of olive groves, and usually this is split into more than 10 little plots. So that makes it, from an industrial perspective, really, really difficult to control. However, this gives us, I would say, a specificality. It gives us something which the big, probably, cultivation system cannot offer. So we started investing that. Here you can see the farmers harvesting the olives and using crates after our advice, instead of the jute sacks, the bags that really destroy quality. So we went vertical. We introduced innovation. When we produce the award-winning olive oils, we use a refrigerated truck to transfer the olives from the field to the mill, because usually we have high temperatures as well. We are very south in Europe, so we have high temperatures during October and November. And in general, we were investing, and we reached a point which this is like a typical photo of an olive grove of our farmers. So you can see a landscape which is very much alive. It has a lot of cover. This is wild cover. It's not cover crop. And it's full of biodiversity. There's a very nice water management because all the moisture is kept into the soil. It's a very healthy soil, and that's very easy to understand. And of course, we were never thought of carbon sequestration. So that's something new that is coming. And I think we have to incorporate it into our vision going forward. So at some point, we realized that everything we were doing, from the olive grove all the way to the bottle, there were many elements of sustainability which could come together and formalize a proper sustainability system. So we named this as Our World 2025, and it's based on 3 pillars. The most important is the Olive Academy. So this is the work we do with the farmers, and I will elaborate more later on. The farmers have very strict conditions to be part of our Olive Academy. They're not allowed to use any glyphosate. They're not allowed to till. They are not allowed to burn the branches in the field, which is, I would say, a typical procedure, unfortunately, in Crete. And they have to use less chemicals, less fertilizers, to all this to be through and scientific advice. The second pillar is the harvesting, the milling. So whatever we do in the factory, I could say that that's the easiest part. This is within our control. We analyze it, we see what we can change. The company can invest the money to make the change. So that's the easy part. And the last, which is also very important, is the ethics. And especially when we talk to the farmers. So the farmers are contracted with us, so they have an assurance that their olive oil will be sold to a premium buyer, and they have the assurance so they can invest into their fields and go forward. That's very important for a very small farmers that don't have really the bargaining power, and or they cannot have a long-term view on their plot. So let's see more about the Olive Academy. This is based on 3 main elements. The one is the consultation we do in the field. So our agronomists going in the field every day, checking, advising, giving direction to the farmers. A very important pillar is education. This is done through the cooperation with Elgo Dimitra. Yorgos Koubouri's team has done an amazing work. We have created a program, a year-round program, where the farmers are properly educated through seminars by a scientist, so they can increase the knowledge level. So that with this would make it easier to introduce more things and to take the right decision at the right time. And last is the smart agriculture. So we have introduced new systems to them, more knowledge, more data, I would say, so they can use them to make the right decisions. And all our farmers are audited on 44 different questions that are have to do with sustainability. So we get a sustainability score for each farmer and for each team of farmers that we operate. So let's see very briefly the smart agriculture. We have installed meteorological stations to cover the region where we are operating, and each farmer through software gets in his mobile phone directions, whether to irrigate, whether to spray for the olive fly. And so we are developing all that, and I think this is a very important tool. This is the map where you can see the area that we cover through the stations that we have installed. And of course, a lot of research. These are some research automatic olive fly counting devices. So this is counts the olive fly population. Automatically, we get the data into our computer, then we can transfer this to our farmers so they can go and spray against the olive fly. And all this was gathered together into a sustainability report. This is available in our website. You can see it's a very detailed and clear on what is the way we work and what we see for the future. However, working on this and having even very good results, we found that it's very, very difficult to communicate it. And here there are 2 major, I would say, customer groups. The one are the retail buyers. The retail buyers really don't care about all this stuff. I'm very strict. It's nice to have, they like it to see it, but at the end of the day, they want to know that you're not increasing cost. That's the major element for this. The second most important focus is, of course, consumer. Consumer really don't understand traceability. Sustainability. It's too big a project. It covers all the supply chain. So for them, it's very, very difficult to comprehend in the 1 minute that can offer you to your brand. So we proceeded into focusing when it comes to communication to the CO2. You see, we publicized like a logo. We are on a mission to erase our emissions. So we proceeded, we measured our CO2 emissions or the CO2 equivalent emissions, and we used a CO2 labeling to demonstrate this to the consumer. Here we have one major problem. It's emissions. It doesn't take under consideration absorption. And we will discuss later on this. What we saw is that despite being very difficult to communicate sustainability to the consumer, if you are really strong on sustainability, if this is really a real part of your philosophy, then the consumer understands. And he comes back and rewards your offer. If it's only greenwashing, I think it's very easy for the consumer to understand that that has no depth, no real value. So he goes away. So my advice would be, if you're real on sustainability, push harder, spend the time, educate the consumer, give the data that he needs, and you will see the results further down the line. I will not spend much time on our priorities, but I'll just focus on two of them. The one has to do with the climate footprint. We want to take down our emissions. I forgot to mention that when we did the calculation of the emissions, we found ourselves to be 15 up to 33% improved compared to a regular Greek extra virgin olive oil. So all the effort we were doing in the field, it could bring a real result. We will continue doing this job. And of course, here we have to take under consideration what happens with the absorption. Unfortunately, when we discussed with a company that did the certification, we were told, and I was sending to them, the RSC papers and all that, there's 10 kilos absorbed CO2 per kilo of olive oil. The reply was, there is no strong evidence, there's no scientific methodology approved by everybody, so they can take this under consideration. So I think this is a critical point that we have to prove to everybody in this sector that there is a methodology and we can prove what is the carbon sinking effect of olive growing. And the second one, it's the social footprint. That has to do with the farmers. The farmers expect from us, expect from the olive oil brand owners, from the bottlers, to really give them direction. And as a company, we will evaluate the work we do in the Olive Academy in respect to the social influence that they have in their farmers. So to summarize and really to connect with what we have discussed these 3 days about the carbon sinking effect, I think it's a very good opportunity to change the narrative. Olive oil companies are very introvert. Most of us go out and say, I have the authentic extra virgin olive oil. Obviously saying that the rest are not authentic. I'm the only one. So we should really go away from this because we're just hitting our legs here. And CO2, I think, is a good way to proceed forward. There's a lot of bad publicity about extra virgin olive oil. Many journalists publish articles that olive oil is not real, You should be afraid which one to pick. It's very difficult to select, and you can be fooled and all that. This is killing us. I think one of the reasons, and this is also official, EFSA says that, and I heard this earlier, that olive oil is the most adulterated or one of the most adulterated food products. Do you really believe that? Do you really think that there's a big problem of adulteration in the industry? I don't think so. I think one of the reasons could be the way organoleptic evaluation was included into the olive oil standards. Of course, this is a topic not for this workshop, but I think it's important for the future to consider this. So carbon credits, I think, could be a good initiator to push the change into the field. The change into the field will happen anyway. Why? Because we have the Green Deal, so the farmers need to minimize 50% their pesticide residues, 50% their fertilizers, and most importantly, we have climate crisis. So they have to find ways to increase the stability of the production. So they will start researching. So this will happen. The carbon credits could help us move faster into such a model. And this life cycle analysis will give us the opportunity to discuss about carbon absorption instead of carbon emission. If you compare the carbon emission of olive oil compared to seed oils, we are losing there. Why? Because our yield per hectare is very low. We have trees with very little fruits, so we are not scoring very well. So we have to change all this and start discussing about carbon absorption. And over there, we are it's much easier landscape for us. And at the end, to finish my presentation, I think we have to talk more openly about regenerative farming. Everybody discussed that. The other day, I heard about the Mars CEO discussing about regenerative farming and that they are pioneering this. I'm a big skeptic how such big organization can do that. So, and really what we do in terms of sustainability, it's more or less regenerative. So we have to include this into our vocabulary and really be very strong on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you, the four of you, for sharing with us these wonderful projects. We could say the four of them are flagships of how things can be made or should be made. I do not know if we have time for a debate or some questions. I have some.
I think that given that we started 15 minutes before, more or less, we can put these minutes for the break. And I think that it's most important to have the discussion and to give the opportunity to the audience to ask any question to the interested presentation. I think that we have dedicated 10 or 15 minutes for the debate if you want, and then only have 15 minutes for the break. Are you agree? Okay, thank you.
So we give the floor to the audience, Juan Antonio, or? Okay, I start. Okay, I break the ice. Okay. So I have been told that you have been preparing the presentations, focusing on some questions that Juan Antonio told you, but somehow you have answered already questions such as why, how, and when environmental sustainability was integrated in your strategy, or which are the main topics you are working on: water, climate change, byproducts, and so on. But I would like to add some questions. At the ministry, we do believe it is not possible to address all the environmental challenges without getting a confident consumer. I think Fotis pointed out this already, and without getting the products valorized. by all the steps of the chain, mainly the last one, the consumers. So do you join all these sustainability paths, all these strategies of your projects with divulgation programs, maybe in local markets, or maybe you don't need it because you are seeing increasing interest of consumer in your products, or so that would be the first question. Who wants to?
Okay. We think that it's important for the consumer to have this knowledge. I mean, it's not, you have to keep talking to consumer all the time. Like they easily forget stuff. So you have to tell them every time. So you have to be in the bottle, what you do in some way. You have to be in your website, you have to be in your social media. You have to keep dialoguing to the consumers, to your community, so you can gain fidelity and they understand your product, right? So not saying, I won a contest once, or I am carbon negative once. It would not change stuff. Like you need to put money into communication of all the differences you do, all the different things you do, so they can evaluate you. Otherwise, they will be seen in the market and they will choose the cheapest. So you have to keep telling them what you do differently.
Well, I've been talking about this during my presentation. Okay, for us, it was very important to let the people know that we were working on this matter. Okay, we are taking care of the environment, working upon the CO2, but okay, they need to know that they can compare also the information on the labels or on the websites, because if there is no standard procedures for calculating, it will be a problem. Okay, that's the main thing. Okay, they need to know, society needs to know and wants to know, but there must be a standardization of all the information. Remember that we didn't want to give the total amount in 2008 because there was just our information. There was no other for making a comparison. So maybe it could sound bad, because at that moment we were not absorbing, we were producing. Okay, maybe you find our bottle and you say, okay, you are making emissions, you are not absorbing, maybe you are organic, you must be below zero, so maybe you can disturb the consumer. So the standardization is the key, for better understand the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenda and Rafael. And yes, go ahead.
Well, I absolutely agree. Under my point of view, and we have been receiving in our state dozens of different clients all around the world and guests, because our oleogastro-tourism, as we would like to stress. And on a certain way, all of us, or the group that we are joining here, have a certain, quotation marks, statistic blindness. You can not even imagine how people doesn't know nothing at all about extra virgin olive oil, about olive tree culture, nothing. They don't even know that the olives come from a tree, a 3,000-year tree, 1,000-year tree, 2 centuries-year tree. They don't know that we are really, and I will repeat once again this concept and this message, we are as well forest rangers. People respect a lot, for example, in the States, the natural parks, you see, and they are very keen about their natural parks. But we have in Southern Europe, in all the Mediterranean area, largest forest, which is made by our own olive trees. So if we can increase the culture, the knowledge, and the education of, hundreds of millions of people that really they don't know nothing about extra virgin olive oil, we will reach a step forward in increasing the consumption of extra virgin olive oil. So education, and education in all this holistic part of sustainability.
Thank you so much, Francisco. I totally agree with you. I do not know if
just I
we
want
have
like
time
very
sorry.
shortly to add something. Once I met a marketing guru. So he made a very nice presentation about all the mega trends of that year. And I was very surprised to see that olive oil could easily fit into all these mega trends of food consumption of consumers. So I asked him, we are vegan, we are sustainable, we are healthy, we are superfood, we tick all of them. So why olive oil is not? It's only like 2% of the global consumption, and it really comes to us. You could be the best if you don't go out and publicize. Like you say, that we have to spend on marketing and we have to find tools how to make our story. And all this discussion about the narrative on carbon footprint, I think it has more value marketing-wise than financially wise for the farmer. I think the money that the farmer will receive from the carbon credits would not be so important compared to all the marketing effect and the change of concept into the mind that we can bring through this. However, I had noted in my presentation, and I didn't say that, I think it would be very helpful if Olive Council, International Olive Council does a feasibility study, so we understand, taking some considerations, of course, what would be the cost benefit of going forward with carbon credits. It could be minimal, and I think all of us here, we take sustainability action not because we think we're gonna get rich for that, but because we believe in that. And we see the forest and we have to take care of it. But on the other hand, we need to have a guidance, at least a financial guidance, that this is what you should expect from this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions. I could be here for 24 hours asking, but maybe it's more fruitful if we give the floor to the audience. No, let's see if there are some questions from the audience.
Okay. Sí.
Okay, thank you very much for the great presentation by the speaker. I am Haki Boudel from African Plant Nutrition Institute based in Morocco. I am very interested to the calculation and the method for carbon sequestration. I have seen some number presented by the speaker, like Mr. Francisco, Mr. Haas, and the estimation was mainly from the above ground biomass and sometimes also including the soil. And what I have presented before, and also the below ground biomass is very important for the estimation of carbon, mainly when we are talking about rainfed system, rainfed olive system. You know that the roads are not negligible, that we have demonstrated in some research that we have started in North Africa region, mainly in Morocco and also Tunisia. How in the future can be also we can revise the methodology for carbon to include all the tree system to update some number about carbon sequestration in olive. Thank you.
Okay.
I couldn't know how to answer that because I have this experience. So we did the analysis for the soil, we did for the biomass. If that would be revised, if that would be enough, we are in the beginning of something, and I have not knowledge to say this is how we should do or not. This is from how we did it. That's all of I can say. So how the future is going to be, I just think that everybody should have the same parameter for that, because also the consultant that did this assessment for me, because the best thing would be I take some trees down and then I count the thing, and I wouldn't even ask you to do that. Okay. So we have to have how we're going to measure that. We cannot kill the trees to measure them. Yesterday, some people showed about the drone that would do this assessment. So I have no knowledge really to answer.
I think it is the recommendation of the workshop, I think, after.
Yeah, I was mentioning in my presentation that one of the most serious and scientific procedures or projects that we have been developing in our state, together with the University of Granada, Department of Ecology Department, is since 2014, is the olivar project. And I explain briefly, we have 2 plots defined in our state, one beside the other, 5 hectares each. In one plot, we are applying herbicides. So there is no herbaceous cover, green cover. The other plot, which is beside the first one, is on the contrary, is keeping it 100% herbaceous cover. University of Granada planted 2 big towers of about 15 or 20 meters. It's called ecovariance tower, and they are measuring 24 hours, 365 days per year, the total turbulence of the air which is, coming out and coming inside the soil. And after 5-6 years, the figures that we have received, and of course, it's only for internal use, because we do not have, not even University of Granada has really the endorsement of any international organism. That was, I was asking the International Olival Council to take this bit, no? But the figures, official figures that the University of Granada are using, is that in the case of the first plot, that means the plot of olive tree orchards of 40 years old, or trees more or less, olive trees more or less, we are capturing about 70 tons of CO2 per year, per hectare. On the other hand, we have the plot which has still 100% of the herbaceous cover, and the sink capacity is doubled. That means 140 tons per hectare per year. So those are the figures that we are measuring. Of course, it's not official. Of course, nobody is really endorsing these figures, but I think that the ecological department of the University of Granada is serious enough to at least to pay attention of this project that we have been developing for the last 9 years.
Sorry, thank you. And Rafael, it's in an increasing path, those figures, the sink capacity, or?
Well, theoretically, year after year, the capacity, the sinking capacity, of course, is increasing. But I don't have those figures to put on top of the table for the time being.
So now we have a coffee break. Right. Okay. In the screen, you have the QR code for the survey to have your opinion about the main topics that, in our opinion, had been discussed during 2 days. We appreciate your answer, please. In 20 minutes here, please. Okay? 20 minutes. Thank you, dear colleagues. Please take your seat, please. We think that is very important, the break for the network and for speak with each other, but we need to continue because we have in front of us, I think, a very, very interesting experience from very, very important companies in our sector. And okay, if it's all okay, we are beginning with the second table round with private companies of our sector that they came here to share with all of us their experience about the integration of the sustainability in their strategies. And in this second table round, the moderator will be Teresa Perez Millán. Teresa Perez Millán is the general manager of the interprofessional olive oil from Spain, and is a person that I have the opportunity to evidence her personal agreement with all these topics in this sector, and I think that is a person that could provide a very, very good approach and is very, very good moderator for this kind of event. So thank you, Teresa. Take the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Juan Antonio. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor because I am surrounded by great examples of this sector of bottlers and exporters of olive oil around the world. The previous table was very interesting. I am so far sure that it's going to be as good as the ones before. And so I am going to introduce you to the speakers. First, we are going to have two persons from the Olio. Maria Marta Lucchetti. She is the Chief Marketing, Innovation and Sustainability Officer of the Olio. She has been working in the past in the beverage sector and is in the Olio since 3 years ago. And we are going also to have as a speaker Rafael Pérez de Toro. He is agricultural engineer from Córdoba, and he joined the Olio more than 20 years ago. He is the chief of quality. So both of them are going to explain to us the Olio strategy on sustainability. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Well, I joined the Olio as Teresa. Thank you for the introduction, as she has said 3 years ago. And it's an honor to be here today to share with you the progress we are doing on the sustainability strategy. I'm quite new in the category. All my experience is related to other fast-moving consumer goods sectors. And if I may, before jumping into the strategy, let me share with you a little bit what's the Olio in the context of the olive oil industry. Now, okay, so we are proud to be the biggest branded manufacturer and marketer of olive oil in the world. The Olio is formed by 630 people We are marketing more than 30 brands. Among of them, we include 3 of them are in the top 7 brands in the world that are Bertolli, Carbonell, and Carapelli. We are present in almost 70 countries, sourcing olive oil from 8 countries, selling around 176 million liters every year. So 3 years ago, with a management change in the oil, we started to put in place a new strategic plan. And what it was clear for us that sustainability needed to be at the core of the strategy, becoming one of our key strategic pillars. And we set up a mission that is inspiring everyone in the olive oil sector to do kind of a positive change. And we also set up a sustainability purpose that says the oil exists so that we can care for what cares for you. And what is this caring for what cares for you about? So our point of view is that we think that the olive oil is so good for us, for the planet, for the health of people, that it deserves the best care throughout all the value chain. So as you know, we are not vertically integrated, but we think that we can take advantage of our scale to really promote and have a positive impact from the tree to the consumers. So we have articulated this strategy, caring for what cares for you, also as a way to impregnate all this sustainability mindset in the culture of the organization, engaging and making people in our company to embrace the sustainability approach. And so we have articulated this strategy in 3 key pillars that are mainly trying to act across the value chain. So from growing together, it is acting in the farm, blending with love, that has to do with our operations and the quality obsession that we have for providing good quality olive oil for the world. And last but not least, the caring for you strategic pillar. This is about, and you were talking previously about that, is around educating consumers about the health benefits of olive oil and all its benefits. That won't be the focus of today. So we will leave caring for you, all our caring for you strategy for the next opportunity. And today we are going to mainly focus on the 2 first pillars that are growing together and blending with love. And I will hand over to Rafa that will explain in detail the first 2 pillars. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for the IOC for this workshop. I'm going to share with you the 2 first pillars, as Mario said. These 2 first pillars is growing together and blending with love. I will start with growing together. Okay. Duty of care staff in the olive grove, where they work in the partnership with farmers to develop sustainable practices and secure supply chain. Growing together is a collaborative effort building the strength and experience of our partnership and implementing the latest and responsible farming practices. Together, we are helping strengthen communities, promote livelihood, and preserve the legacy of olive oil cultivation for years to come. Since 2018, we have been working to develop sustainable practices that improve our products and guarantee added value for all stakeholders and protect farmers through our sustainability protocol. We are pioneers, and we very proud of this sustainable protocol. As key action of our protocol that are directly related to their carbon balance is the olive growth and the production of olive oil we can highlight. The promotion of the implementation of cover crops has direct implication in increasing the zinc potential to crops. And as has been recently demonstrated by the Córdoba University, reduce the loss of soil carbon by more than 65%. Some of key achievements on the last year include source, more than 44% of our extra virgin olive oil is from farmers and cooperatives certified our sustainable protocol. Certification of 71 cooperatives and oil mills, which cover more than 235,000 hectares of olive growth and represent more than 48,000 farmers with whom we work together to implement sustainable practices. Now, I will speak about the second pillar, blending with love. Blending with love is about making high-test quality olive oil expertly blended with consumer need and the planet in mind. From tree to table. We maintain product quality across transportation and manufacturing facility and ensure transparency and traceability to deliver integrity at every single step of our operation. We are constantly assessing how we can lift our standard and those of the industry while ensuring our operation to minimum harm to the environment. Next, we want to talk about our progress in carbon footprint. At the product level, we have made our environmental product declaration verified and published by the International APD system under the ISO 40025. As Rafael Galvez said us before. As a consequence of this project, we know the carbon footprint resulting from the production of 1 liter of extra virgin olive oil in our factory in Córdoba. In addition, this data was analyzed for the main glass and PET package format of our main brand of country. The result obtained are clear. For every liter of extra virgin olive oil that we produce, 2 kilograms of CO2 are emitted through the entire life cycle of the product, while the olive grove that supply our oil is capable of fixing 11 kilograms of CO2, resulting in a clear positive carbon balance of almost 9 kilograms of CO2. With this number, we can affirm that extra virgin olive oil is not only the healthiest edibles, but also the most beneficial for the environment. In our production phase, we have achieved some notable achievements, such as zero waste certification, in our two factories, one in Córdoba and other in Florence, in Italy, by AENOR, by following the principle reduce, reuse, recycle. Since 2022, we have put 162 tons of recycled PET in the market in Carbonell, Bertolli, and Maestro Dojiblanca brands. And finally, 100% of the energy acquired from our factory is green energy, is clean energy. As a result of this achievement and other efficient consumption initiatives, we have obtained an 88% reduction in emission in our factory in the last few years. We are now working to analyze our entire supply chain, evaluating different scope 3 category and setting reduction target for 2023. In conclusion, our learning has demonstrated that robust communication and coordination among all its value chain participants is our success. By promoting sustainable practices adhering to international standards to make sure that we work toward standardization, as Castillo de Canena and Look Ecológico said us before, as opposed to greenwashing, educating consumers and collaborating at all levels. The industry can create a more sustainable and responsible ecosystem. This ongoing dialogue ensures that the olive oil industry remains aligned with the growing global demand for products that are environment friendly, socially responsible, and economically viable. And this is all for my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Maria Marta and Rafael, for your speech. And now we are going to, I don't know, where is he? Okay, yes, Lorenzo Lunetti, is your turn. Okay, Lorenzo, from 2000 to 2019, he was laboratory quality manager at Monini. Since 2020 to today, is quality control and research and manager of Monini. And he has developed several roles in the Italian government technical commissions, was the youngest member at the Italian government technical commission of olive and fats in 2010. He managed since also 2011 the managing the blending division, and is member of the factory experts in chemical olive oil at Federolio Acetal, and coordinate this group between 2016 and 2022. He coordinated also several workshops regarding method of control or control of methods. And he is head of the pillar of the Monini 2020-2030 sustainability plan that was developed in 2019 and was elected recently a member of the Italian Society for the Study of Fatty Substances in the role of auditor. So please, the floor is yours, sorry.
Thank you. Definitely, I'm a lab rat, okay, to make an abstract of my curriculum. So, good morning, everybody. We are very proud, and we thanks the International Olive Council and Juan Antonio for inviting us we consider that a very fundamental and important workshop to assess our experience about from the scientific point of view to the factory point of view. And I try, together with Simona Canzanelli of Ambiente Italia, to share our experience about the sustainability. Okay, just a little introduce to who we are. Monini is one of the biggest olive oil company in Italy. We are a family company, and it is located in Spoleto, just in the center of Italy, in a region called Umbria. Spoleto is never known, but it's a nice place to live. So a brief history of the company starts from 1920, from Zeffirino Monini. And it was immediately and innovated because at the time, the most commodity oil present in the market was olive oil. And he introduced to the market the extra virgin olive oil. Seems so easy today, but it was an innovation. In 1950, he introduced, we were pioneer to introduce the bottle in the market, where the most spreaded packaging was the tins. And in 1991, the third generation take the leads of the company, also today, and now the fourth generation is introducing to the factory. That's some number assessed in 2022. We export our product in 71 different countries, and 95% of our product is branded Monini. So the step of sustainability, we can start the history by the 2000. That's just 2 slides to resume the time lapse, but I can resume the sustainability idea of Monini in 2 mainly activities: the agricultural activity and our active contribution to make the rules and guidelines. So we can say boot on grounds and hand on the rules and guidelines. Now I go through each point. Our experience in 20 years lead us to launch in 2020, in occasion of our centenary birthday, the Monini program 2020-2030, a hand for the future. And in from 2021, we launch our voluntary sustainability reports that you can share, you can see on our site. Okay, go through the agriculture activities. Begins in 200 when Monini invests in Apulia, near a city called Carpino, 100% organic olive orchard, and in a moment where the market of organic olive oil is not so encouraging, but it was a vision. 4 years later, from 2004 to 2019, sorry, Monini purchased over 700 hectares in Australia for the East market together with other investor. But due to the poverty of the water, we planted only 300 hectares, and in 2010 the group reached the full production of about 450,000 kilos of organic, obviously extra virgin olive oil. Unfortunately, the distance tend to get difficult to the management, and in 2019 Monini decides to sell the property, but the revenue are reinvested in a new great project in Italy called Bosco Monini. During this period, we have accumulated a lot of experience to manage the water. You're okay. Okay. That's okay. No, I can't read anything. What? That's the Bosco Monini project. At the moment, at 2022, we have 4 properties. One in Apulia called Carpino. 2 other properties in Umbria, our region. One called Poggiolo, and the other called Sismano. And the 4th is in Tuscany, called Perolla. The total amount of hectares are 1,673 hectares. At the end of 22, hectares planted in olive trees was 554, more or less 700,000 olives. In 23, we increased the number, and more or less 1,000 of hectares in forest, untouchable forest, clearly, that are included in the properties. The topic of this project is also that involves the recovery of abandoned lands. Each property is equipped with a precision irrigation systems, and in Perolla, especially the 85% of the olive orchard is irrigated by gravity, no pumps need for the irrigation. Okay. And for the our contribution to guidelines and rules for the sustainability, the history begins in 2009 when Monini decided to start the life cycle assessments with ISO. Okay, we have already here before, and after 3 years of study in 2012, we obtained the APD certification for our 4 main products. In 2010, we participated at the table with other experts from Greece and from Spain to define the guideline of the APD version 2.0. And 10 years later, in 2020, Monini took the lead for updating the version from 2.0 to 3.0, the version that is at the moment valid until the 2024. Probably you can read nothing. I've underlined the participation of Ambiente Italia, that is an association that brings us for hand for all our sustainability step, and Vania Massari, a colleague of mine that she couldn't be here, unfortunately, but I would like to congrats with her with the important job that she currently making for Monini. Okay. So Monini was the major company in Italy to obtain the EPD certification. At the moment, currently we have 6 products with the EPD certification. You can see the product on the side of the Envirotech, and below there are the name of the products. At the same time, we had participated to also to other important table. That one is for the guideline of PEF, the environmental footprint category rules. And that's a project that began in 2014. And I reported the invitation, the program of the first meeting that probably you can't read, but one of the most organization and the welcome and introduction was done by a certain Mr. Juan Antonio Palomino. Truly this time, we are going deeper to applying the LCA. We applying the LCA recently to all our kind of packaging, secondary, third, and primary packaging, compared bottles, labels, thermoplastic against cardboard. Every decision of the properties of Monini is based on the results, truly results, not just applying some data from the database, but the calculation, the real calculation applied to the factory. So in 2020, having carried out many activities and experience about agriculture and policy and guidelines, we decide to launch the program A Hand to the Future. The main project into the program that's regarding the CO2, the carbon balance, not only those, but the main are measuring the amount of CO2 emission and acting to decrease it. The neutralization of CO2 emission generated by the life cycles of Monini products. CSG, we are moving to the scope 3, very difficult, but for us is mandatory if we want to complete a stepway, and to assess the Bosco Monini carbon balance for the 4 properties that I've shown before. Okay, for the CO2 offsetting, Monini decides to offset those emissions that cannot be further reduced. So together with this partner, CO2 advisor, we buy certified carbon credits for the equivalent CO2 to neutralize the products. And if we consider the 2 years, 2021, 2022, for the 2 products that we decide to neutralize, the Classico and Poggiolo, we offset around 36 million kilos of CO2. Thanks to the deep analysis of LCA, we reduce constantly the consumption of CO2. That's it is a table that's compared the 2020 and 2021 with our main products, and the signs is almost negative. We are moving for the GHG to the scope 3. For us, it's mandatory because now the vision is complete with the scope 3. The scope 3 is complicated because in poor words, is to demand the scope 1 and scope 2 to all your supplier and all your buyer. So it's difficult, but we are going away. We are going forward. And over the 3 years, we have involved to today over 100 European agriculture companies, 44 mills, and several packaging suppliers. Oh, if you look to the GRI standard that we have to fill for the sustainability balance, is evidence the increase of CO2 consumption from 2020 to 2022 for about the 27%. And that data is due to the start of the group's agriculture companies operating in the Bosco Monini. So carbon balance have to be assessed in Bosco Monini, also to complete the vision of the group. We start from 2 of the 4 properties, Perolla and Poggiolo, to try to cover all the dominium that we have, means a different age of trees, different kinds of plants, different hydrogeological conditions, and so. Perolla is completely new. We started planted in 2022. We expect to finish in March in 2024, and the first crop is expected in 2026, 2027. It's important to assess the value in a completely new plant and in a plant that exists from 15 years. Now, to better explain our approach, I take the floor to Simona. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. First of all, let me thank Monini for extending the invitation to Ambiente Italia 2. And I'm Simona Canzanelli from Ambiente Italia, which is a research institute that was based in Milan and was born in 1995. Even if the history started in 1973, when 2 of the members started talking and writing about environmental protection and sustainability. But in any case, Ambiente Italia started in 1995. And Ambiente Italia deals with environment in general, from energy to waste management, from permitting to European projects, and from certification to LCA analysis. So as Lorenzo has already said, we have been working with Monini since 2009. And in 2022, we started this challenge to calculate the amount of carbon stored in the soil. And just press here. Okay. Now, starting in September 2022, Monini began collecting data to calculate the amount of organic carbon retained in the soil. And to do that, we used a tool already existing. The main purpose of this study is to quantify the amount of carbon stored, as I said. And then we want to compare this amount to the emission calculating using LCA.
approach. So as I said, we used an already existing tool called ROT-C. Why we used this tool? We read about it on an article, the ROT-C model to complement life cycle analysis, a case study of an Italian olive grove. And we analyzed this tool, and we found it sufficiently reliable on a scientific basis. So it was easy to use, and then it was free. I mean, you can use it, you can download it. And so we started using it. What kind of data are needed? Data about meteorological data, such as precipitation and temperature, and data about the characteristic of soil, like soil texture and soil cover, the percentage of clay or something like that. And then some info about the fertilization. All the data was directly collected by Monini team, Monini staff on the field. And so primary data about parola cultivation were collected. And so we reached this result. CO2 equivalent stored by hectare is equal to quite 90 tons of CO2 per hectare on a 100 years basis. And then we, as I said, compare this value to the emission, and we found that the amount of carbon stored in the soil is quite 35% lower than the emission. I saw many results in the project shown so far, and I just would like to say that the important thing is to give a really clear information to consumers. And for example, all the results has to be related to or 1 hectare or 1 liter or 1 bottle of olive oil or 1 liter of olive oil. And then it should be related to a temporary base, like for example, in this case, 100 years. So these are the first results evaluating the evolution of the olive grove in the Parola locality. And we would like to extend this study also to the other areas. With the results obtained for this study, it was possible to evaluate the extension of the applicability of the model to other olive groves. We found that this tool is quite reliable, and we would like to make a comparison using another model. I didn't know, to tell the truth, I didn't know that so many models are already existing. So maybe in the future we can just make a comparison with if these other models will be free for downloading. So what we are doing is to collect data and to make this calculation also for Poggiolo location. Then I think, yes, I give the floor again to Lorenzo to make some conclusions. Thanks.
Well, rapidly, the conclusion are that we are speaking about the carbon state of the art from 3 days, but actually we are here for the climate changing. So Europe is seriously interested in moving on quickly, and probably Mediterranean area will be an hotspot, a very important hotspot about it. So we have to move. Our behavior to move is always the same, to make our contribution, to make a standard, robust, recognized, and shared with each other. Because, you know, when there is a hole in the rules to make standards, to make official rules, this space is property of no one, and it could lead to easily to greenwashing. Even in these 3 days, to my opinion, I've read some messages not so complete. So we have to decide what we have to measure and in which direction we have to move. The director, Mr. Dillo, 2 days ago, opened this workshop, says we have to try to find the scientific consensus, okay? And that's an important point, starting point, and this workshop, I hope that represent the starting point to move on in this direction. For us, it's important the concrete action, not interested in greenwashing, obviously, like all of you. And for this reason, we think that just one way to move. For the rest, keep in touch, because I've personally learned a lot of things in these 3 days, and I thank you to everybody to share his own contributes. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo. And now I am introduce Justin Pilgrim. He is the sustainability manager at Cobran State Olives Limited, and is responsible for overseeing the company's sustainability strategy with a focus on value creation and risk management. Having completed the Bachelor of Social Science Environmental in 2012, his sustainability career has incorporated various roles across the private and non-profit sectors, with a strong experience in corporate sustainability, sustainable supply chains, carbon management, business development, stakeholder engagement, and implementing strategic partnerships. Justin enjoys demonstrating the business case for sustainability and eliminating negative trade-offs between business and environmental, and with a particular interest in climate and nature. He's actively exploring opportunities for Cobran State to not only mitigate risk, but create value for the company, employees, communities, and the planet. The benefits that olive farming can deliver in terms of combined human and planetary health is a unique sustainability advantage that Justin is passionate about sharing with the community. Thank you so much. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks again to the IOC, Juan Antonio, for having me here. It's a long way to fly for a conference, but I've just been amazed at all the knowledge that I've learned. I Had no idea from other companies compared to Cobram Estate, would they be better, worse? I'm really pleased to see how much you're doing. So congratulations. So a little bit about Cobram Estate. So we started in 1995, and I'm thinking back to Glenda's presentation. A lot of similarities between Brazil and Australia. Australia was a net importer of extra virgin olive oil. Wasn't that well established, but our founders who met at Agriculture College decided olives. I think let's give it a go. I think we can do something, and that's really, I guess, where it started and where things have grown. We're now a completely vertically integrated olive business. Like some of the other companies who presented, we do everything in our own supply chain. We have our own nursery. We manage our own groves. We are an intense mechanized harvesting operation. We process and store, have our own laboratory and R&D, bottling and distribution, and sales and marketing. So our two homegrown brands that we're very proud of are Cobram Estate and Red Island, but we also provide private label oil. We have about 7,000 hectares of groves in Australia, in the state of Victoria, with about 330,000 trees, and about 500 hectares in California, which we see as a real growth market opportunity. For obvious reasons, we're not very active here in Europe. So our sustainability framework is really how we frame the narrative on our approach to sustainability. So we call it how we extend the olive branch, with the reference to the Greek philosophy. And like a lot of other sustainability strategies, we're really sort of thinking about the people, we're thinking about our business, and we're thinking about the planet. Most of what I'll discuss today will be on the planet. So what we've found really pleasing, I guess, in the past 12 months in particular, is we've received a lot of recognition in Australia in particular for the leadership and the work that we've been doing in our farming system. Contrary to what's happening in Europe, in Australia, our retail, our big supermarkets are actually really valuing sustainability. They've both set, our two biggest supermarkets have set net zero commitments, but 80% of their emissions are in their supply chain. So they realise they need their suppliers to get there. So I mean, it's not just us. They see olives, as a real, I guess, agricultural commodity, and what we're doing around carbon sequestration is a good thing. So we find that we're getting a lot of value. We won awards with both retailers as the Sustainability Supplier of the Year. We also had one of our largest financial news institutions. Every year they run an award around sustainability leaders, and we were recognised for our work in agriculture. So yeah, getting a lot of recognition, and we're finding, we're quite a humble company, but I think we recognise there are other industries out there that are competing on sustainability. And to your point, we need to get out there and we need to talk about it. We need to educate. So I won't go into a great deal of detail, because I think we've probably heard enough examples to know, I guess, the carbon sinking potential of an olive grove, but also where the emission sources exist. So 2 years ago, we had 2 life cycle assessments conducted on our groves in Australia. And what we found is that on average, we capture approximately 4 kilograms of CO2 for every litre we produce. Now, I like to sort of put an asterisk there, because this is a snapshot in time and things are always changing. And what we've probably heard in this conference today, the methods that you use are always being scrutinised. I mean, we use the ISO standard, the greenhouse gas life cycle assessment methods. However, we're constantly reevaluating. So what you can see here on this graphic is, yes, we're sinking carbon, and that's amazing. But the main sources of our emissions, because we're an irrigated farming system, is the electricity that we use to irrigate. Unfortunately, the grid in Australia is very fossil fuel driven, so our emissions factors are not good compared to here in Europe. Doesn't help. But regardless, it's still an opportunity for us. It's a challenge. How do we incorporate more renewable energy into our groves? The other big source for us is packaging. So really, pleased to see what Menini are doing in the area of packaging. It's not an easy topic or issue to address, because we want people to consume our products, right? And so it's a very important topic for us. So a little bit about our work in carbon projects. So as one of the speakers yesterday mentioned, we have registered a soil carbon project with Vera VM42, which is in the early stages of validation and verification. But we're also looking, so in Australia, we have an emissions reduction fund, which is a federal scheme, and we are participating in that project with a reforestation project. So these photos were actually, I mean, the one on the left was a direct seeding approach. So we're looking to seed native species that are endemic to the area where we have our groves. And it was only about a month ago, those photos, you can see we're starting to see the germination come through. So who knows, maybe another 12 months, if I'm presenting again, I'll show you the progress. But so that's about 400 hectares that we've direct seeded. And over 25 years, which is the crediting period with the method, we're hoping we can get sort of up to around 50,000 tonnes of abatement through this method. Another big focus for us is around waste management, which we call towards zero waste. And I mean, this has a big implication on our carbon footprint as well, particularly in our farming system. We've estimated around 0.5% of our farm waste ends up in landfill. So we have a lot of effort in either returning residues to the farming system, as you're all aware of, but also looking at new innovations. So what you can see here on the left, we've got a tumble dryer that we're actually piloting at the moment, and looking at olive pomace waste, which has a high moisture content. And part of the life cycle analysis, what we found from the consultant is that as our system expands, the methane footprint would also grow. So that was, I guess, something for us to think about, is how can we address this source of waste? So with this tumble dryer project, that's the end result that you see on the right. And what we found, and someone mentioned, I think it was maybe yesterday on the first day, there's about 50% carbon in that. So in terms of what we do with that, we're sort of exploring, but the potential to apply to the soil has a lot of merit. Other initiatives that we're doing. So yes, I mean, we prune, we return all the pruning residues back into the system. We're also using the olive pit to as a biofuel. So we're actually generating all our hot water needs on site using our olive pits. And what we've found is, any surplus pit that we've got, there's a demand for this with other agricultural sectors in Australia. So again, it's helping us, but it's also generating income, which is quite good as well. I think what's more exciting, where we're being recognised a lot in Australia, is yes, it's great on the farming system to minimise waste, but also thinking, how can we create new value-adding products? So we've got our Stone and Grove olive leaf tea range, and we've also got a Wellgrove brand which creates health and nutrition products using olive leaf extract, which is also really important. The picture you see on the left, so I guess the challenge around packaging, glass, we found with the life cycle assessment, has a significantly higher carbon footprint compared to other formats. So, most of our products, I mean, we use tins, but predominantly glass bottles. So we're actually trialing a direct-to-consumer model using plastic pouches. And when they send it back to us, we actually recycle them into new products. But I guess it's sharing knowledge here. It's not easy. What we find in Australia is, someone mentioned this, consumers are very confused, and plastic's bad. Or why are you making a plastic? It's going to be bad for it's going to get into the environment, it's going to leach into the soil. But then we say, well, it has a much lower carbon footprint, and, paper could be deforested. So it's an ongoing challenge. I don't think we have the solution, but we'll continue to explore, and I'm really interested in, to see what Manini's been doing. So maybe a few or a couple of Australian animals, might be familiar with. So we've got the emu on the right, and we've got kangaroo in the middle. So I'm not an olive expert, I'm not an agronomist, but for some reason, all the native fauna, they don't eat the olives, which is good for us. So, whenever we have people come and visit our groves, they're always pleased to see the native wildlife throughout our groves. We have significant pockets of native forests within our groves. And I think, the reason why I wanted to put biodiversity up is that I see it in a very similar manner to what is being experienced in climate change and carbon. Everyone's wanting to know, okay, we can see that we're losing a lot of biodiversity, we're a lot of species extinctions, and what we're starting to see evolve are commitments and frameworks on how you can set targets to reducing impacts. So I think biodiversity is really close to climate and carbon change. Carbon and climate change as a real topic of interest. We do a lot in. We don't have any commitments at this stage, and I guess one of the big challenges with biodiversity is how do you measure it? But what we are doing is practical interventions, whether it be reforesting, protecting native forests, allowing the wildlife to exist. We do have an integrated pest management approach, so we are always looking to reduce our pesticide use. So we've got a green lacewing there, looking to, as a natural predator, to target some of those pest species. Does anyone know what this bird is? We've got any bird lovers in the room? This is a malleefowl. So it's quite a unique bird in that it's a ground-dwelling bird that only exists in sort of arid climate. The mothers in the room should love this because it's all about the nest and constantly working the nest and making sure it's perfect for the babies. The mother and the father are working on the mounds, adding things into the nest, taking things out just so it's the perfect temperature for the eggs to hatch. Unfortunately, like a lot of species, under a number of threats. And what we've found that it being in close proximity to our groves in Australia, we wanted to find a species that is relevant. It's in our neighbourhood that we can support. So we're partnered with a malleefowl organisation, and we're really excited. We're looking to see, with the pockets of native forest that we have sitting on our groves and knowing that there's nearby reserves, how can we actually create additional habitat to get the malleefowl onto our groves? So, we don't know. We're not doing this because we've got a commitment or a target, or we're keen to do some practical based initiatives. But I think my view as a sustainability manager is that I hope these things will also pay off in the future as there's more focus on companies and their biodiversity impacts. As I mentioned, we are an irrigation system. Water is a material topic for our organisation. Yes, it can be very hot, but when I joined the company and I was going around and visiting the groves, and I thought the one thing I'm going to have to talk to everyone is about conserving water. What do you think happened? We had a flood. So, I guess it's a bit of a theme here. I guess we all know it, right? We see the ups and the downs, and it's only going to get worse. But, water management is really important for us. It is a precious resource. We have a lot of investment, dedicated irrigation management teams. We use a lot of technology, sensors, remote sensing, always trying to, lower our water use. So that's a big focus for us. And I also just wanted to highlight, I think where we're finding a lot of success in Australia. And yes, we're here to talk about, the carbon balance, but I think it's also really important to draw back the core value proposition, I think, that we have is around the double threat on sustainability, good for the planet and good for people, if done right. I mean, there's so many other companies out there. You think dairy, they will say we're good for people, good for your health, but it's hard for them to say it's good for the planet. We've been spreading, we've invested a lot of money in not only educating consumers, but making sure people in healthcare, health professionals understand the benefits of extra virgin olive oil. And we're finding that's where we've seen a lot of our growth in Australia. People are really, they're really resonating with the quality and the health of olive oil. So in the last few slides, I'm going to talk about, I guess, a few issues that I see as relevant for the room, particularly from a business perspective and an industry perspective. I think the topic of greenwashing has come up quite a few times. I know in the EU, there's specific legislation aimed at addressing greenwashing. We're seeing the same thing in Australia, and indeed our regulatory body has highlighted greenwashing as one of its priority areas and has already taken enforcement action. I think it is a challenge for us as an organisation, as Lorenzo pointed out. Like, is the data right? Are we standing behind data that is robust and will stand up to scrutiny? I think it's also a really good opportunity for us. One of the really interesting things when I joined the company is we did some consumer research, and we found that when you start talking to customers about carbon, net zero, carbon neutral, they just switch off mostly. And maybe it's an Australian specific thing. I can't speak to the European market and other markets, but what we found really resonated are the things that we do, the tangible things like, okay, we put the leaves and the prunings back into the soil. We actually create new products. We let nature or wildlife onto the grows. We found those things really resonated. But as has already been echoed, I think the IOC's role in helping to back up those claims with credible research, credible science is really important. So carbon markets and the use of carbon credits. When I used to sell carbon credits in a previous life, I think I probably know more than the average person, but there's still a lot I don't know, and it's always changing. There's always uncertainty. As was sort of touched on yesterday, there's so much for someone looking to engage in a carbon project to consider. I mean, first of all, just understanding, are you eligible? What method do I use? What market do I pursue? And then there's all the uncertainty around pricing. I mean, pricing historically has fluctuated wildly, particularly as legislation changes. I mean, my view is, and a lot of the sort of expert commentary out there is that as these targets, we get closer to 2050, the rules are going to tighten, and that means that demand for removal credits will only increase. So I'm pretty positive that the price will increase, but it's hard to say that with certainty. So I think that is a challenge if you're wanting to engage in a project, and as a business, or you're trying to, even harder for me, we have a pretty integrated supply chain, but if you're trying to convince farmers to participate, I can see the complexity there. But obviously it's a good opportunity as well in terms of new revenue streams, getting that reward for good horticultural practice. I think it's also one thing worth considering as well as we speak about as a revenue opportunity, but it's not the only thing that you can use carbon credits for. I think that's something to also consider, is that we're seeing net zero commitments. Do you need to use some of your own removals to help you as a company achieve your commitment? And the other interesting opportunity, what we see in Australia, but I think in other markets as well, is around the supply chain. So with supermarkets, their biggest source of emission being in the supply chain, they're going to need removal credits. Who are they going to get them from? Us? Or are you going to keep? Or are you going to keep them? Or are you going to sell them? I mean, this is the dilemma. So insetting versus offsetting, I just sort of spoke about that. I mean, some people might not. Is there anyone in the room who doesn't know what an inset is? Like, put your hand up if you don't know what an inset is. It's okay. Like I'm still. It's an emerging instrument, if that's what you call it. Historically, companies like Nestle with really big supply chains that needed to decarbonize, but not necessarily get the financial reward for it, would develop these projects. They would measure the impacts that they would have, and they would say, well, we have inset X thousand tons of CO2 by doing this project. Very different to an offset. What you can do with inset credits, how you can commercialize them. We saw some really fascinating technology and solutions yesterday, but I think that's just another consideration is offset markets, inset markets. Climate disclosures. I mean, probably one topic that hasn't been mentioned too much in this conference, but I know in Australia by 2026, 2027, we will have to disclose what are our most material climate-related risks. And that is not just a one-line statement saying, oh, if it gets hot, it's going to be hard. We have to do scenario analysis. We need to be able to show under those different scenarios what that means for our yields, for our system, how we mitigate those risks. So, I mean, that's a little bit daunting, but I think everyone's in it together, and data is important. So I think what we're looking at in this conference around data for carbon markets is important, but also for our disclosures. Like, how do we actually provide investors, the market with information that gives them confidence? And that's it. I'm not sure how I've gone for time, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin, for coming from so far away and share with the audience your experience, your reflections about the challenges and opportunities. And now it's a pleasure to introduce Teresa García López, a colleague from the Polytechnic University of Madrid, agricultural engineer, is Master of Quality Management and Master in Environmental Management. And for 20 years, have been working in the food industry, mainly in the olive oil sector, where she has assumed different responsibilities in areas such as environment, sustainability, regulatory, quality, and research and development in food companies such as Sauce Group or the Olio. Currently, she is Director of Sustainability and Environment at the American company Pompeian. So please, for last, said that her motivation is to contribute actively to making the world a better place, working on global projects to promote sustainable food system in the olive oil sector. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, International Olive Oil Council, to invite Pompeian to share with us the things that we are doing with the farmers in order to push all these sustainability programs and challenges that we are discussing these days here. I will try to do it very, very fast because I know that we are out of time. So especially for the people that have to go out for traveling, okay? Just the left one. Okay, my agenda for today is just to put in the map a Pompeian, sorry. Then to explain to you what is Pompeian sustainability strategy. Go deeply to the sustainability ground certification that we are implementing with the farmers. And then, as Juan Antonio asked them, to put on the table some constraints and opportunities that maybe can be an opportunity to discuss about how to address them. A short brief regarding Pompeian. Pompeian is the American largest brand olive oil, leader in extra virgin olive oil, according to the Nielsen data of June 2022. We have only one market. We have only one factory in headquarters based in Baltimore in United States. 50% of the company belongs to the COP, one of the world's largest olive oil cooperative. Because of this, we say that we are farmer owned. We are vertical, partially vertical integrated. We have also a olive oil ranch in California, well, 3 olive oil ranch in California under the name Sunrise. Okay, Pompeian before was starting working in sustainability, but with individual action. And now, since 1.5 years, they decided to create a whole strategy. As part of this strategy, the ambition for them is to work with the farmers. And Pompeian has established that in 5 years, in 2028, 100% of the extra virgin olive oil suppliers will be sustainability ground certificates. Also, our partner, the COP, has commitment this year that will be implement also this sustainability growth standard certification that is very important through the olive oil value chain in Spain. So we are starting, but we have a big challenge because 100% of the extra virgin suppliers for us is a huge number of farmers that we have to involve and work with them. The tool or the standard that we have choice to do this is sustainability ground certification. Is developed by the company SCS Global Services Standard. It's an American company. So this is a very, very robust standard. Why we decided to use this? First of all, we have been talking here about greenwashing. Greenwashing, imagine in the United States, is a big, big, big issue. So to be sure that anything is under control, we decided to go through this sustainability ground certification program that is accredited by ANSI, that is the accreditation company in United States. Also, why? Because our clients are demanding this kind of certification, and we have to be transparent. We have to have transparencies. We have to give them trust. It's very well recognized standard. It's one of the most robust and allows to differentiate from the other one. And also, as I mentioned before, it guarantees of transparency and no greenwashing. That is very, very important. At the moment, I told you before that we started in 2022. At the moment, we have achieved the first olive oil growth ranch in United States. That is a very important. And because of this, we have been recognized by the Business Intelligence Group with this award that we received a couple of months ago. I would like to share with you some details from this standard, about this standard. Of course, any sustainability standard has always 3 pillars: social, environmental, or sustainability farming practices, and the business integrity. We believe that sustainability has to give us the possibility to continue with the olive oil business. That is our main goal. This standard cover, as you can see, they have in the sustainability farming practice, has I think 8 or 9, I don't remember, 8 pillars or chapters. We call chapters. Since crop and pest management to soil conservation, water stewardship, climate neutrality, air quality, and stratospheric ozone protection, biodiversity practices, that is very important for us, energy efficiency, and integrated waste management. So it's a complete standard that the farmer has to implement. The standard has nearly 200 requirements, and to get the certification, the farmer has to comply with 100% of them. So it's a big effort that the farmers are doing. Pompeian, of course, is supporting these farmers to understand, because you have to know that we have farmers from different sizes and in different parts of the world, that sometimes they didn't understand how is sustainability. But when you explain how is sustainability and how the sustainability can help us to business resilience and to get more incomes, they understand that, of course, it's a good opportunity. There are some concepts that you are very familiarized with, and they have been repeated during these days. Of course, cover crops, protection of the biodiversity, minimum fertilization, energy efficiency. These are all the concepts that include the standard and about what we are working with the farmers. Here, you know, of course, some pictures of the real farmers that are implementing the standard with the cover crops. We know the incorporating the pruning residues to the soil. Also, it's very important. The first day we were talking about the composting. Okay, in some parts of the world, they don't have the possibility to send the pomace residues to a plant to generate electricity because they don't have it. So they have to rethink how to do with the residues. And there are a lot of companies that they are composting them and using as a protection of organic matter in the soil. This standard obliges to measure the organic matter in the soil. Farmers has to analyze and has to establish a baseline, and every 3 years they have to repeat, you know, the analysis in order to demonstrate that all the agricultural practice has a benefit in the organic matter and the carbon soil. So I think this is a good starting point for them. Of course, biodiversity is also a very strong chapter here because allows to the farmers to reduce the utilization of, you know, pesticide, implementing, for example, here you have a stick with sticks with where you can see it's a old, I don't know, búho in Spanish, is to control, for example, the gophers pests that some farmers has in the olive groves. Here, you know, Justin, you were cangus, but in this picture you have how do you call it? Yeah, Iberian lynx. Yeah. So of course we are a forest, so we have biodiversity inside of this difference, depending on the country, of course. Okay. Going to the CO2 especially and focus on, let's go deeply to this to the chapter. Farmers, if they want to get this certification, has to measure, the first thing is to measure the, of course, to collect all the data. That this is a very important thing that we are not been discussing before, you know. Farmers, we call farmers, but farmers sometimes are individuals, people that they are not belong to the company, maybe belong to a cooperative, but they are working alone and they make their own decisions. Sometimes when you starting working in this sustainability, the point is that we miss data. We need data, and they are not used to collect data. So this is a very effort in order to standardize how they have to collect all the data to be used then in the things that we want to measure and to reduce. So this standard obliges to them to measure the carbon footprint. For this purpose, the standard gives a tool that is this calculator that is called CoolFarm. And in this calculator, this is a standard calculator, okay? It's not, this is a thing that I would like to put on the table. This calculator, for example, we can be used in every crops. So when you use this kind of tools in our sector, sometimes you don't feel comfortable about, you know, exactly. So this is a question for for you, Juan Antonio. Maybe only we need a strong calculator to calculate the carbon footprint in the farmers. These calculators cover all the main points that has to be considered when you go through a carbon footprint calculation. Of course, soil matter, tillage, energy. Transportation is something that the farmer can decide if they want to include or not, but cover all the main important points that we have to consider when we calculate a carbon footprint on the farm. And the result that the farmers obtain is a report in this way. Of course, maybe the first data collection are not more accurate, but I think it's a baseline, also it's a good opportunity that the farmers have, at least to see a picture about the behavior that they have in the carbon footprint. The tool gives them, sorry, it's in Spanish, but this is a real calculation of one of our farmers that we are working with them. And they give you, for example, how is the total carbon footprint that you have and the split in the different operation that you are doing. So they can have a starting idea about how to work in the reduction. For example, in this picture, I don't remember, I think is the huge is maybe the energy. One point that I put on the table is that, for example, for farmers that use irrigation and to extract the water needs energy and are in the middle of nowhere, it's going to be a challenge to compensate this, okay? But I think this is maybe it's not the more accurate tool, but give them a starting point, an idea to understand what is carbon footprint and how they can work in the reduction. And also, in the coffee, I was talking with Justin before that there are a lot of farmers that are skeptic about sustainability, skeptic about this. They do that because a client or a company like us or like the oleo for the big companies are asking about this. But when they started working on this, they realized that they can save money. Save money. This is a very good tool to save money for the business. But this is a hard work that we have to do with them. Okay, of course, when they calculate the footprint, they have to, the first year, the carbon footprint has to be calculated, and then after the first year of the certification, they have to start implementing the action plans to reduce. Every year, they have to reduce their carbon footprint. The other step that the standard obliges to them is 5 years after the first certification, there has to be climate neutral farming neutral, but certified by a third company. Okay, this is very strong. They only have 5 years to be neutral, so and certified by a third party. So there are a lot of work to do with them. And regarding constraints that I put on the table, of course, I mentioned before, calculators, methodologies. This is something that we repeat all these 3 days. Additionality clause. I would like to put on the table a question. I don't know. Yesterday, I know the first day, or yesterday, I don't remember very well, an Italian company, Alberemi, I think so. The guy of Alberemi told us that they consider additionality the implementation of 3 agricultural practices. Why, if the farmers are certified by this kind of standard that has all of them, can be considered as additionality? Because it's something that maybe the other one doesn't have. I put on the table just to discuss, okay? Of course, I told you before, solar energy, in order to reduce the carbon footprint, sorry, in some countries has a limitation regarding to regulation. It's different if the farmer is isolated or belongs to a mill, no? The different way to manage the energy is different and can be a problem in order to reduce the carbon footprint. And opportunities is repeat the same. I think it's the time. We have the tools. Now let's work together in order to harmonize how we want that this thing happens in a certain way that we feel comfortable, all the supply chain value, okay? And in order to demonstrate to the rest of the sectors that we can do it, because we have the main important things, that is this special product, that wonderful product that is the olive oil. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Teresa. I know well how difficult it is to keep data from the singular individual producers and how hard it is to explain and make people to understand the opportunity that is this path. Okay, last but not least, Francisco Álvarez Andújar was born in Córdoba. He is industrial technical engineer by the Polytechnical University of Córdoba, and is specialized in the area of quality and food safety. Began his professional career in Aceites Carbonell in 1993. Within the group, he held different positions, assuming more and more responsibility to end up being in the last stage already the business group, the Oleo Quality Director of Spain and Italy. In 2016, he undertook a new professional stage at Metalúrgica del Sur as director of the plant to move on to his current duties as quality director of the Acesur Group in 2019, where he is most responsible for the quality process and of the group, with facilities in 9 countries and prestigious brands as Cosura and La Española. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to IUC for this opportunity to show you the steps that Acesur is making for the sustainability. Okay. First of all, we are going to see the main data for Group Acesur, and after that, the several steps that we are making in a lot of events. Okay. Who is Acesur? Now, this year, in the last year, they have a turnover more or less 900 millions of euros of turnover, more than 500,000 tons in sales, more than 800 professionals on facilities in 10 countries, and warehouse and more data. Okay. We have 2 biggest bottling plant, one in Vilches, Jaén, another in Dos Hermanas, and another one in United States, in Suffolk. Okay. Okay. Now, in the year 20 and 21, Acesur belonging to the Spanish network of the International Global Compact. Okay. For this, we define 5 goals, sustainable development goals, to focus in that. Okay. We have another project in the circular economy, olive pack. The idea is make a bioplastic bottle made from olive bark. We are working that. Okay. We hope to finish in 2024, and we have an investment more or less the 1 million euros in this project. Okay. Another point is zero waste project. We have now 1 plant certified in this project, and the idea is the second plant in Spain, in Dos Hermanas, arrive to this project. Okay. We have for our process, we have cogeneration plants, 4 plants in cogeneration with dot types. Okay. Now the situation of the cogeneration is we have stopped it, but the future we can we don't know we are going to do. Okay. We have this year photovoltaic panels in 5 of the factories. We have an extension 50,000 square meters of photovoltaic panels in 5 of our plants. If we are going to suppose over 20% of the electrical needs for the factories. Okay. By the previous time, when we stopped the cogeneration plant, we make an investment of 2 biomass boilers. One of that is in Vilches, is working now, start this year, and the next year, at the end of this year, or perhaps at the beginning of the next, we are going to put in working in the Tarancón plant to give us the the steam for our process in the two big factories, okay? Sustainability emissions with the movement that we made with the photovoltaic panels, with the biomass boilers, and we a lot of, this year I arrived at a reduction of near of 30% of the previous years, okay? And for the photovoltaic panels, we can reduce 20% the electricity consumption. The same with the water. We have a reverse osmosis in the plant of Jabarquinto, of La Roda, is our mill, one of the two mills, and we have a cycle for the water. We don't waste water to the, okay? A lot of measures in the packaging. We use a PET in our PET bottle. The idea is to arrive at 100% of this, okay? Weight reduction, of course. We use cans, we use bottle, and we increase the use of dark gas because have more quantity of recycled material inside. The same, we have to eliminate some plastic part to facilitate the recyclability of the bottles. The bottles and the caps, we are going to eliminate the dark color to it's more easy to recycle. The same with the carton. Our workers are some responsible forest management, and we are working in weight optimization, avoid the colors, ink reduction in all the boxes. We are now working towards carbon net zero. It's our idea. Okay, we have a 3-step. We have the origin project. Currently has bought and converted to olive groves 1,500 hectares in Spain and 300 in California. Okay. Join with that, we joined with Balan to the project Cultiva Carbono, and this year we valorate only one fund only to more or less, and now the figures of this, okay, 2,700 tons of CO2 absorbed in this fund, okay. The idea is finish all the circle, okay, and objective is carbon net zero in our plants. And at last, we have made another strategy is ethical trading strategy. We work with our funds and we work with another fund of the other clients, and all the funds is certified by Global Gap and JAS. JAS is the part of the social part of the certification. Okay. Very quick.
Thank you so much, Francisco. Thank you so much, Francisco. You are brave because we are on time, so we have time for questions. If you have in the audience any question, I don't know, please.
Thank you so much for your exposition. I hope about the sector and the scope that they are taking in the next year, because the deal is no easy and the target are very long in the way. But I think that together and with this implement practice in all the value chain, we can raise this target that we are in common. So the question is about how you see, like in the top of the industry, that we can develop this kind of practice, or the practice that we are seeing in this farm, this pioneering farm that we have in the previously table. How can we develop this, or this kind of scheme of quality or sustainability quality to the small farmers? Because it's a great deal. It's very difficult to explain. For example, for us, when we are developing this carbon program and we try to explain the different conditions, not only the benefits, but of course, these things have a strong condition to raise this climate protection. So what is your vision about the implementation in the small farmers and the how to track the action from that? Thank you.
Who want to answer, the ones who are more close to the, okay? Maria Marta?
It's for all of you.
Yeah, it's for all, so.
Okay, no, I just can give one example. As I mentioned, we are not vertically integrated, but we are trying to put focus on trying to educate. For instance, we have received some funds from the European Union. There's a project called Soil Olive that is, integrated by mainly universities and Iolio as a private company. So what we are doing is receiving funds to really conduct workshops along the year to educate farmers. So we are having sessions along the year with content and trying to be really educative and try to little by little pass that content. And it's not easy, but it's at the end of the day it will take time. But it's starting by educate on maybe basic things about, we were talking today, the green cover, or water management, or a lot of different things that little by little I think we can start collectively start making an impact.
You're lucky that you get funds to educate and can have this opportunity, because normally what happens till the moment is that every single operator has to put their own money to develop these studies. For example, in the PEF pilot, I remember the European Commission promote PEF pilot in olive oil, but you have to support by your own all the expenses to study and to develop the tools. So it's not easy. So who other want to answer?
Thank you. Great question, but for which we concern, you have to imagine that our reality is not so different from a small middle producer. And that's because we have 4 properties, as I shown before, not so huge, and historical supplier that are producers in Italy, for sure, and that not so huge. So we have to honor to prove and to share something brilliant to find for example cover crops. Okay, now everybody talk about the cover crops, but probably 10 years ago not so many people take into account this kind of technical cultivation. And recently, the choosing of our crops to cover the interline is based also on the robustness of the tree, because when you come from the truck and the ground is wet, the consumption is less because the wheels do not drop into the ground, and it was a proposal of our supplier. So I planted them because small things, but very practical, can improve
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Sorry, please. Okay, please. Okay, we are at the final moments of these 3 intensive days of work, and but this moment is through very important for us, because we need to build the main conclusions, the main topics that you consider that are important to work on it, and to build the next steps. We have a vision, we have a proposal that we want to share with you in this moment. And now take the floor, Mr. Hassan Sikawi, to moderate the debate. We hope all your opinion about these 3 days. Please, only a last effort from you to give us your feedback. Okay, thank you very much.
La carita de la carita. Así está.
Dear colleagues, so we will wait for Mr. Jaime for the cluster of this event. Before we open general debate, everyone can have the floor to speak about the 3 days. And after, Juan Antonio will present us the results of the study he did about the survey we had this morning. So if there is someone who has something to tell us, Georgios.
Hello again. I'm Georgios Kouboutis from Greece, from Ergo Dimitra. I'm excited with so much information that was gathered during these days, and also the complementarity of the sectors that participated, research, market, and farmers, and policy. So all this should be synthesized in the next period. And my suggestion is to start this process by using existing methodologies as a framework, and not to reinvent the wheel. Try to gain from the experience of other sectors that are more advanced than us. For example, forest or other sectors that have been doing this in the market, and it's live and it's getting paid. Also take advantage of the experience of pioneer farmers or associations that have invested so much money already and resources, and have done a lot of steps. Private companies also that have shown us excellent results. So let's take advantage of all these resources that have been invested so far, and harvest the fruit of all this effort, instead of starting something completely from scratch. I think the conditions are mature to give to the olive sector something that can work from very soon, and not after 20 years. And I think there are the right persons in the right positions to do it. The IOC team is really NBA all-star. So we rely on you to take advantage of all this knowledge that have been shared, all these experiences, all this work that has been done, and to synthesize it in an efficient way that to put it in the market. And also, I would like to repeat that it's important that all farmers are beneficiaries of this effort, because we have seen examples of thousands of hectares and millions of profits, but the majority of the farmers is not that case. So let's produce something that can be useful for all the farmers. This is the only way that this will be successful and all the olive sector can benefit. I don't want to consume more time from the discussion. These were just some reflections for the beginning. Thank you very much for all this effort.
Thank you again for giving us this opportunity to discuss what we saw from different point of view, that the knowledge exists, the possibility exists, and also the experiences exist. And already a lot of companies have made a good trip in this way. So the challenge now is to reduce complexity and to give reliable tools, and it's possible after these 2.5 days. It's possible because there is already some tools just already there to reduce the complexity. And today what we heard, it's really very important also. If we succeed to have this tool and this credit carbon, it's not only to have money of credit carbon, but it's like a certification that olive growing is a sink versus the other oils that maybe are less emissions, but we can prove with a reliable and certified way by this credit carbon that brings some money. But this is not will not be the most important. The most important will be that we will certify that the olive oil production is a sink for carbon. And this, I think, will be very good not tool, but very good, I don't find the word, marketing argument to say more than 2% of the edible oil in the world. And thank you.
Like we said on the first day, we would really like to hear you all. It's not, I don't want to put the pressure to say we start one by one, but we don't want to, we wouldn't like to put that pressure, but we would really like to hear you all. So if you would be so kind to take the floor, it would be great for us.
I think during all these 3 days, we have learned a lot from the private sector, from the researchers, from the extension, etc. And from my side as a research institution or researchers, I think one of the important recommendation that we can do is how we can homogenize our methodology. It is and standardize the methods of the calculation of the carbon. We have seen a lot of methods presented from all the participants, but one of the things, because we are here with the International Olive Council coordinating this workshop about carbon balance, one of the main recommendation is to find methodology to be standardized for all about the Mediterranean area. Is my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree, it was very interesting 3 days. Thank you everyone for participating and putting out your insights. I just would like to address as a last reflection that we don't forget, which is the main goal here, and which is the main goal of carbon credit financing, which is like to increase resilience against climate change, which is actually the main threat here. Of course, like increasing economic viability is absolutely necessary, especially in this context. But I would like to put this out, that just to thinking about investing the money for carbon credits more in increasing your resilience, your independence towards fossil fuels and prices of fertilizers, etc., and increasing ecosystemic benefits from the farms. That I think would be my reflection. Thank you.
Well, I joined the nice words to the council for organizing this event. Very, very timely in this season. I take for granted that you will have all the presentations, that you have all the emails of the people here, so we can create a network. My recommendation would be that we need to move fast. Sometimes we start talking, and we know that there is nothing 100% sustainable. There is nothing 100% sure. So I would say we are now with a nice level of confidence on what should be done. We can adjust, we can fine-tune, but sometimes we have a say in Spanish that is, the best is the enemy of the good. So we need to make many good things, and of course, some best ones, like this one, but time. Thank you very much.
Hi again. I think what I'm going to say is following up these two last comments and getting a little bit maybe philosophical emotion since it was the end. A colleague of mine once told me a metaphor about how she explained the carbon market to her grandma, and I thought it was brilliant. But she said let's think that there is a mechanism that is paying us to improve our level of cholesterol, so we get healthier. And so, but then she said, okay, but in order for me to improve my cholesterol, I need to spend more money in food, and we need to spend more money going to the gym. And maybe this money that I'm gonna receive from this mechanism is not worth for me, since I will also have to spend money and energy and change the way I do my life. So maybe it's not worth. But if you think like, okay, it's only about getting healthier, and someone cannot agree on that. And I think this is quite brilliant, because there is an opportunity here for having a most like a healthier system for the agriculture. And so going back to what was just said, like, yes, we need to don't forget what is about it. It's about climate change. It's about the threat that might erase us as a species from the world, for this world. And it's also about agreeing faster on what should be done and just do it. So that's the message I want to bring.
Put together with the felicitation of the meeting and bring a positive recovery of the things that happen here, because I think that have the best science, we have the best acknowledgement put to the dispersion to the agrotechnical technologies, because we have a great ecosystem of agrotech companies develop a lot of solutions, maybe not the best, but very useful. And this is one part of the time that we need to go quickly. Put together, open the science, transmit the science to this agrotechnology company and develop solution. Maybe only a minimum standard will be development to work with a common practice. And we have companies advisory to the farmers with the confidence of the farmers, a good ecosystem in this way. We have a robust and a very extended industry taking into account the sustainability goals to the future. Maybe not all the things that the farmer leaders that we are seeing are doing, but they are in the way. And for we have leaders that are exploring this new universe from the sustainability. So we are all the things. We have the companies that do the distribution with high implication in the sustainability and the change of this new world. So we have the perfect ecosystem. We have a great, we have in an exciting moment. We can create the future, so we can participate in this creation. This is very exciting. It's a very good moment. We have technology. We have in artificial intelligence. Now we can be speaking about the things that be wrong in 2 years, because this new model of intelligence can be changed. The models, the form that we use, the factors. So we can go with the minimum level with a standardization of the operation in the sustainability, and we are in the start. We are going to take the path in common, and we will be quickly in the future.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pedro Hostos. I'm an olive oil producer. And I would like to thanks again to IOC for the organization and also for the speakers during 3 days. I would like just to insist on my reflection that the other day, that we all share same condition, that we are people, at least. This have no sense if it's not for improve our life. And the final reflection, I think, for me at least, is that maybe we are in a transition. So every tools or every solutions that we can achieve, we can commit, or we have to difference between that solution that are transient and that final solutions, because maybe we achieve a situation, because now we're talking here from the olive oil sector, but this the climate change, maybe it's involved to the whole world. So I think this is a mistake that we can commit difference, transient solutions and final solutions. So thank you very much.
I think after these 3 days, we know that we have methodologies to go further. But what I'm just thinking out loud, and I just thought that now, is that we all agree that it's important to be done now, and everybody want to have a healthier planet and healthy people. So yes, we do have to do this, but what if we thought about a campaign to promote that olive oil sinks more carbon then it emits, it's carbon negative, because it does good for your health, it's good for the planet. We all said that in many ways. So why don't tell consumer that that's the better way to do it? Why don't we tell them that it's the healthier fat they can get, and it's the healthier for the planet? Because what I seen from consumers this short period of time that I'm in contact with them is that they have different levels of consciousness. So we have total ignorance of things, and then they start seeing things in front of them, and then they start to know it, and then they start to think about it. Oh, do I need to do that? And once they start saying, "Oh, this is important, I need to do that," but now I have to act on it. It was just what Ricardo was saying. So consumer needs to have this good information all the time, so they can actually do it and go through all these levels of consciousness. So carbon credit, also the farmers, like we talk about, we need to talk to the farmers to do that because it's better. So it would be for both sides. This is I just thought that now. So it would be something extra added to the methodologies and standards and stuff. And also, I forgot to say in my presentation, if you have, you can assess our inventory in our website. If you want to see methodology, if you want to see the numbers, if you have any questions, you can always talk to us too. So thank you.
Well, first of all, to add something new, no, it's nothing new. I am going to get back. I was very pleased when I received a message, an email saying that it's going to be take this workshop, because as you tell, is the moment, is something that is happening, is something that involves all the olive oil world around the world and the sector around the world. So it's very convenient to talk about this, to put into the table, to share the experience. We saw the different ones, and we see also this difficulty we have. So it's an opportunity to put order in all of this. And here in this house, International Olive Council has technical division, has standard division, has promotion division, has all the division and the possibility to keep in contact with all the key figures to do it. So go on. Nothing else. Thank you.
Well, just to reinforce your last intervention, I think we have done a brilliant exercise of open innovation here. It has been really incredible. We have put together the 4 lenses of innovation. That means we have analyzed our core competences of the sector. We have analyzed which are the customer insights. We have analyzed the orthodoxies of the sector. And we have analyzed which are going to be the discontinuities on the sector, okay, the big changes. Nowadays, I think we have ideas, that means projects on the pipeline. I suggest that IOC elaborates a roadmap. Then you filter these ideas, you schedule timings, and then let's do fast track action. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think it's the time that Juan Antonio will present us some conclusions. I thank everybody who participated in the survey we sent you yesterday. Juan Antonio, you have the floor.
Okay, after 3 intensive days, we have a lot of ideas, a lot of interest, thoughts flow inside our minds. It's really that we need to analyze all of them, to filter, to discuss internally, to put on the ball on the field. Now we have the ball our roof, but we need to put the ball on the field. But only I briefly summarize about this workshop. We have more than 30 speakers from United States, Brazil, Australia, Spain, Morocco, Tunisia, Greek, Italy, etc. More than 300 participants in this workshop in different several moments, online, presential, etc. From more than 30 countries. It's really, really amazing for us to have a lot of people interested on this workshop. And the main objective that, one of the main objectives that we we designed this workshop was to have a 360 degrees about this situation. We wanted to have inside of this room scientific people, ET people, consultancy, verifiers, private companies, policymakers, and honestly, we think that we achieve it. So, and it's very important for us. And these are the 4 main questions that Jaime showed it all to you in this presentation on Tuesday. We think that we have discussed a lot about of these 4 topics. I think that we have the task already done at this respect. I think we have discussed a lot on this. And finally, we appreciate a lot that you had answered this survey. We show the results directly with you in a transparency way of proceeding. That we think that this is the way of proceed. So let me show you. This is in real time. In my last I think that we need to move the presentation. Let me. Okay, this is the result. Let me. Better? Okay. We have at this moment, at this real moment, 72 answers. Okay. The first question was, do you consider that exists a minimum scientific consensus about the assessment of the carbon balancing and olive orchard to start the development of a standard methodology? We have to evaluate between 1 and 5. We obtain a media of 3.44. This is optimist. I think it's good. It's good. Could be worse. The second question, but the first was the email address. So the second question was, having listened to the presentation on the regulatory developments of the voluntary carbon credit markets, do you consider that the role of the olive groves is sufficiently or not well addressed in this regulatory development? The answer is 3.11. Are you confident with the actual commercial proposal to get carbon credits in olive sector? The answer is 2.96. In your opinion, the current level of complexity for olive farmers to end up earning an income from the sale of carbon credit is from easily to totally complex? What the scale? The rate is 3.22. So people think more or less is possible to obtain an income at this moment. The sixth, in your opinion, should the IOC work on the standardization of the olive carbon balance assessment? Your opinion is 4, 5 to 3. Would you consider it useful or if IOC would develop for both an algorithm and a free software tool for the calculation of the carbon balance in olive groves? Your opinion is 4.44. And in this question, you were asked to rate or to prioritize the several topics. The first, the most validated is to develop a methodology. The second, how to establish the baselines. Okay. The third, the modelization of the CO2 balance assessment. The fourth, how to tailor the quality criteria of the European Union for our sector. The fifth, how to modelize the modelization, that how to improve the carbon balance through agronomical practice. The sixth, I think that when we wrote this question, maybe some people don't understand very well what is MRV system is, monitoring, reporting, and verification system. So it's a scheme, and standardized scheme. So and others. So this is your opinions about this, about the main topics. And the last, in your opinion, would the IOC the most appropriate entity to propose operating rules for a future global voluntary market for carbon credits in olive oil? And your answer is 4.14. So many thanks for your opinion. This is a very, very important information for us. And one moment. And what are our vision before this this workshop? What are we thinking about this? This is our proposed roadmap for this. So we need that the first step is to create a technical group, to create a network about these topics with scientist people, with the key figures that have been here with us with 3 days. And this technical group shall to conduct the development of the potential methodology. Then the third step is to develop tool or to validate the system tools. Is a question to analyze. And finally, to define the metrics or to quantify the generation of the credit carbon from the olive groves to create or not create, to develop a marketplace for this. So this is our initial approach that we will present in November to our council of members, and we will be discuss it and internally after all your information, your feedback. But this is our initial proposal. Okay, and thanks a lot for your effort and for your work in these 3 days. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Juan Antonio. So I have the message is for you. The message is for you. If you accept. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hassan. And first of all, thank you all for being here with us. This is very important, in particular those who were the 3 days, but all of those 300 participants from 30 different countries. To have you in the IOC, it really means a lot for us. I mean, one of the challenges of those big intergovernmental organizations is not to be far away from reality and from the sector and from the people, and the participation of all of you today in the IOC give us a clear sign that we are somehow not far away from the right road. So this really means a lot for us, and I want to honestly thank all of your participation. Those days we had the political players from the EU, from countries, different countries, and we learned that yes, it's the right time. This is something we learned in this seminar. It's the right time to put together all the pieces, scientific, ITs, professionals, the pioneers of the sector who are running ahead, the big companies coming, the small producers we need to incorporate, and we need to move fast. That's the other thing we learned. We need to move quickly. And the other thing we learned in those days is that the challenge is not small. The challenge is big. There is a lot of things to be discussed. Where we already start to discuss, okay, then there is a discussion, what is this baseline? What happened with the people running ahead before this baseline? What is the additionality? How will be, all of those details are not easy, that is what we learned. But what we understood is, it doesn't matter, we need to go for it. We need to go for it. And from our side, next step is to bring these conclusions to our members. We will have the session of the members in November. We there discuss our activities for next year. We approve budgets, and we are proposing a new line of work for the IOC on climate change. And this was the first step, this workshop. And if our members agree that we should continue doing the work, well, in any case, we will continue with. But if they agree to support our proposal, we will do it with a better means and to see and go ahead all of these challenges. But we cannot do other things. I mean, climate change is one of our major concerns as societies, and the olive sector has to be part of the discussion. We have more than 11 million of hectares there already working, already capturing CO2. This needs to be recognized, this needs to be visualized. And my mind is that the work that has been done with olive oil and health of years of science and communication, we need to do it with sustainability and with climate change. We need to pass the message. We already have some knowledge that olive oil is not only good for your health, it's good for the planet. And this is pretty unique if you see to other products. We will compare. So we need to learn which practices go faster or better, or how can we improve. But what we already know is that there is a positive balance. We can agree which practices, which farming is doing better or not, but there is a positive balance. And this is something that we need to see how can we communicate, how can we do it better. And we are together. We need all of you. We need to continue working together in bringing together olive oil or table olives, olive orchards, and sustainability and climate change. So I want to go longer. It was 3 very intense days. And I think we have time to continue having a glass of wine, if you allow me to say. And I would like to just finish acknowledging the work of the unit, because all of this, the idea, the proposal, the work come from these people on the table: Hassan, the head of the unit, Katarina, and our new recruitment, which is still in probatory period, as Hassan said. But I think he's going well, no? He improved the crowd. And thank you very much. And it's closed, the seminar. We can go for
So like the other days, please, Jaime said, join us for lunch in the same place as the coffee break, okay? Thank you so much.
One photo group.
A group photo here, if you don't mind. In theory, nobody can enter the building, right? Ayman, ¿quieres mi móvil también? Hay que hacer varias filas.